Hey guys. Hope you can hear me okay. Let me know. Yeah, Quantum's such a shit show. I love it. What's up, Pete? Pete, you Godel customer? Yeah, I had to go to see my probation officer. It's lovely. It's my favorite thing to do. Um, have your work pay for Godel too, Pete. You need it. We don't do annual. We're monthly, like Bloomberg. We'll save your firm a ton of money. What's up, guys? Thank you, Pete. That means a lot to me. I would love you to email me. The more feedback we get from buy-siders or sell-siders, I don't know what you do, the better. Always love feedback. How do we get things better? We're going to get prescriptions, prescription trends, all kinds of clinical trial explorers, like everything. I might even get like a biotech, dedicated biotech analyst or even teams. Did you just woke up? It's not English, for starters. Two, I just explained that I was at probation. Three, I don't know, does it look like I just woke up? Don't piss me off, okay? Don't fucking piss me off. I'm not the one. This is not the day. Yes, so you. Thank you for that. Sorry, you're forgiven. All right. I just check in with the guy and say hi. It's nothing too crazy. It's not the time nor the place. All right. Who's ready to do some work? Why is Godel so much cheaper than Bloomberg? Well, it's not going to stay that much cheaper. We're raising our price real soon. So lock in your price now. I think we're ready to raise it Tuesday. We got to get an email out to everybody warning them. And this is the last time there'll be immunity from price increases. So from now on, no more immunity. Yeah, I heard Method Man bars. I got respect from Meth. Yeah, I was just about to. I was shorting some this morning, tiny bit. I got to sink my teeth into what's going on here. I mean, they all look pretty good. I can't believe. Look at that QUBT rallied back. That thing's such a dog. It's like 200% borrow rate. What a shit show. No shares available on Interactive. I like Rigetti as a short quite a lot. D-Wave, of course. IonQ's got this like mysterious property to it where it's like not clear why people really their shareholders really do believe in this shit. I don't get it. Like you really do have to be clinically retarded to believe in this company. Say hi to wifey. What's up, baby? I love you. She's watching. One of the millions. Um, Jensen is scared is the best cope ever. He's sitting there sarcastically telling these guys, like, hey, can you really even call yourself a computer? Is it really quantum computer? And the D-Wave guy's like, yeah, but it's a computer. Jensen's like, man. I'm giving you the way out. I'm allowing you to call yourself a quantum instrument. The moment you call yourself a computer, you step into my ring. And when you step into my ring, I want to see you compute. I mean, yeah, it was like a clown car. I mean, the public companies were like a clown show. The second group was pretty respectable. No, God-given qubit. I agree with that statement. Atoms are God-given qubits to some extent. And if you think about the transistor shrinking, at some point you get to atom size, right? I don't know if you guys know how much you know your chemistry, if you've watched my videos or not. Let's say this is a carbon atom. Does anybody know the length? What is this length of the carbon-carbon bond? And you can give it to me in angstroms, nanometers, or picometers. This is a single bond. Or give it to me in all three. I will time out anybody who's making jokes or trying to like think that this is a time to laugh or to say something wrong. You out of your mind? Angstroms, nanometers, picometers. 1.54 angstroms. Well, how much is that? Let's see if this makes sense. That's 154 pico. Or how many nano? 0.154 nano. So as a drug developer and designer, I have to know this stuff. Why? Because I have to fit these atoms and their electron configurations within other atoms, proteins, and drugs. You guys saw me work on that with semifilam. Semifilam, if you remember that one. My lovely girlfriend made me a cassava cake. And if you guys saw it, it was one of the best cakes. Stop it. These two. You don't beat up an old lady. And you, why are you beating up a little baby? You should know better. Go. That was raucous. Come here. Nibbles wants to smoke. That was wild. Did you guys catch that? Come here. What are you doing? What you doing? Why are you being a meanie? Why are you being a meanie? Why are you being a meanie? Look at this. Look what I found. Look what I found. Little meanie. You little meanie. Did she scare you? Did she scare you? Okay, fine. Yeah, you're real tough, huh? Okay. So anyway, the cassava cake had red sprinkles for the red candles of the stock chart, and she actually meticulously placed the red and green sprinkles to show the cassava stock chart. I mean, if that's not the one, who's the one, right? Um, okay, so I'll do the rewind. I'm sorry about that, BBK. Okay, so now let's say at the center of this carbon atom, I want to know the radius or maybe even the diameter of this atom. Maybe give me that in angstroms and picometers and nanometers if you can. We need to use different measurements. So nanometer is what is that, a billionth of a meter. Picometer is a trillionth. So 10 to the negative 9. And this is 10 to the negative 12th. And angstrom is a funny little thing that's just basically 10 times a nanometer. That's a really nice little distance. So somebody's saying 70 picometers is the diameter. It should not be half. 70 picometers is the radius. It's the diameter. So are these about one atom apart? Is that the idea? So you could theoretically fit one carbon atom in this space? Is that the concept? Sort of makes sense, right? And this bond lengthens or shortens depending on various things. Okay. Okay, so how big is a transistor? They say it's 2 nanometers, but that's not true. It's not even close to true. Right? The MOSFET transistor. This, I'm not a physicist, so I need to ask ChatGPT. This is my day-to-day. Let's ask our friend, our trusty research assistant. Okay. I am an experienced chemist, but I don't know much about physics and semiconductors. Tell me what modern transistors look like from a molecular or atomic basis. What is the molecular formula, if you can give it, or a general description of their shape? I actually do know most of this stuff. Okay, the unit cell for crystalline silicon is 8 silicon atoms tetrahedral arrangement. 10 to hundreds of silicon atoms wide. Okay, so now, how big is a silicon atom? And do we know what the valence is of silicon? It's actually the same as carbon, right? But it's got one more, what is it, the D shell was filled? Okay, so it's saying the distance between adjacent silicon atoms is 2 angstrom. So that's, mouse is very not behaving today. So that's 2.35 angstrom. And if they're saying there's 10 to 100 of these, well, assuming even there's 10, you sort of see how much the actual fin, the fin width or length is 3 to 5 nanometers. So what is this? This is 235. This is 0.235 nanometers, or 235, it's nanomoles, or 235 pico. So we're saying 3 to 5 nanometers. So that's 10 to 20 times this number, roughly. So theoretically, you could not get smaller than a silicon atom, right? So theoretically, you know, the smallest transistor, if it were a single silicon atom, which I'm not sure we know how to do that quite yet, that's kind of where you'd be. So the TSM process, hypothetically at least, can't get better than 10 times or 20 times better, which is kind of a problem. And I think Jensen has said we're trying to stack energy now. It's not a compute. It's not going to be a compute problem. This is going to be an energy problem. So you're going to have a, say that's the diameter is about half, or the radius is half, so it's the same diameter. It's 1 atom away. Yeah, atoms are not really made out of smaller particles that you can work with. You know, I think that's kind of like a yeah. I don't think that's going to work. You know, they're not. Yeah, quarks are not isolatable. You know, they're kind of transient, kind of transient molecules, right? Or transient subatomic particles. Um, I mean, who knows? Maybe you could coerce the universe to do your computations, but I think that there you go, quark computing, skip quantum. I have a pen digitizer. um, yeah, it's not going to work too well. I think even single atom is probably ambitious. Um, what's up, Rita? Reda. Anyway, okay, so point is, when we say that the atom is God's given qubit, it's a really provocative statement, and it's probably correct. Atoms have a lot of degrees of freedom as well. Um, you know, there's a lot of information in an atom. So I think that you know, this kind of makes sense. Now, there are a lot of kind of problems when it comes to thinking about how to. It's a good question as to why use silicon. I think it's less reactive, but I don't know for sure. It's a better semiconductor. Carbon's not a semiconductor. Um, so anyway, so if we use the quantum effect, so instead of like just saying, here's a way to look at this. So pretend, this is elongated, but you could basically say this is on or off. Don't think that these are like separate atoms can be on or off, but just think about the state of the transistor being on or off. Um, it'd be either on, or we can sort of flip it off. But either way, that's sort of this very binary state. We have one degree of freedom there, or one like informational dimension to work with. And what quantum computing gives us is many informational dimensions to work with. Um, there's lots of different things you can encode here. So it is pretty exciting. Now, where are the situations where scaling compute linearly, in other words, just adding more chips, and when we get really good at making chips, we can just make them like huge amounts, right? Imagine H100s that get even more compact, and a lot of the technique is going to be around dissipating heat and things like that. And imagine, just creating massive, 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 with packaging techniques, exactly. And you just have like rooms full of H100s, or buildings even. You could just stack compute. You just need to get it cheaper. So why do we need quantum computer? And that's a question I've asked and pondered for 3 or 4 months straight here. And I basically don't know. And I think if you listen to Jensen yesterday, and you listen to the companies, they say material science and chemistry. Well, I think that if you want to actually learn some of this stuff, I encourage some of you guys, maybe, I don't know how many people are listening, but maybe 1 or 2 of you would do this. But I want you to do this. I want you to go to ambermd.org, and download Amber and learn how to use it. Okay? And maybe 1 of you will figure out how to use this. I'd be surprised, actually. I'd be surprised. And run some simulations. Isn't this great? Amber began in the late 1970s. Okay? And why don't you do some simulations? How about we try a different one? I've used Amber. And I've used many of these packages. We even wrote one of our own packages. And I don't know if I should tell the story, but one of the reasons I knew my girlfriend was the one was that she knows this thing called Smiles. I asked her if she knew Smiles. Smiles is this there you go, Dan's used it. Smiles is this sort of chemistry code system. And she knew Smiles better than I did. So that's it. This is the girl. I don't need anything else in my life. So I use GrowMax too. It's already in my system here. And if you want to try GrowMax, you should do that too. And then if you want to try one more, try Autodoc, which is also pre-populated here in my thing. Spend your life in this software, and you tell me you need a quantum computer when you're done. I still talk to Oleg, who created Autodoc. I think you're going to find that the quantum computer won't be useful. Yeah, Dan might have some information here. There's some quantum chemistry. You could do quantum chemistry in those packages, but there's some quantum chemistry DFT packages. But like, there there is no market here. Let me tell you something. These packages, guess what they cost? Guess how much revenue they generate? Zero. $0. Guess how big the market is for software around this space? All told, it's about 100 million. Now, the computers that could run this software, you would need to tell a university that there's something better that would be incrementally better, or at the cost be exponentially better. Thank you, Richard Stallman. Based Stallman. Yeah, totally, Lord Baker. So you get no additional benefit. Well, here's my point. If you can say there are no applications, then you have to worry about the computers. You don't have to worry about the benefits. But the advanced packages for these systems don't really cost very much. And the people that use them, the packages that do revenue are like Cadence, Synopsys, companies like that do generate some revenue, Ansys. But yeah, it's a very niche, weird market. We tried to break into it. My first project out of prison, called Drug-like, trying to do ligand docking, did not work. So yeah, machine learning is increasingly being used to sort of shortcut things. I'm not a big fan of it actually for ligand docking. So for ligand docking, Dan makes a very good point here. You're just worried about solvation, really, at the end of the day, and electrostatics. Like, this is all Coulomb's law. And you have many body interactions, but it's just not hard to do those. Ligand docking and medicinal chemistry are solved problems. The unsolved problem in pharma is, what am I docking? That's what matters. And the funny thing about ligand docking is you can get the perfect fit. You can get the least RMS 0. But what happens? You put that drug in and realize it's metabolically labeled. You put that drug in vitro and you realize it's a P450 substrate. You put that drug in vitro, you realize it doesn't work as a, it's not protein bound or too protein bound, whatever. So, you basically have a big problem that the computer's not going to help you that much. So eventually, like, there will be something. Yes, it's very hard to predict those things without just doing it, and it costs very little to do PK. Just do it in an animal, right? So it's a solution that doesn't work, and nobody wants it or needs it. I've never met a chemist or a physicist who said, I really want a quantum computer because I'm limited by what I can do. One of the things that I'd love to do is simulate a really big body problem in GROMACS or in something like that. And the problem with there is, like, you're dealing with dynamical systems that, just like you have Unity and the game engines, you don't need to do, as Jensen pointed out, I don't think he found an eloquent way to say it, but you don't actually need to solve the traveling salesman problem. You can approximate it. And what he said was, I don't care if my Uber's a second or 3 seconds faster, gets there 3 seconds faster. What he really meant to say was that I don't care if it's a nanosecond faster, because the approximations are good enough. There's no like the solutions for traveling salesmen and many bodies are like, they're more than good enough. When you play a video game, are the physics real enough? Yeah, they're real enough. Are there many bodies? Yeah, lots of bodies. Practically speaking, it works. Now look, at the microscopic level or the nanoscopic level, there is different. Physics looks different, right? But we can also approximate that physics. So we're really sort of like stretching at when the quantum guys say material science and chemistry, and I think they've stopped saying pharmaceuticals partially because of me. Um, I think I think they're really stretching, and none of these guys are actually, I think they know they're lying. A lot of them are physicists, but some of them, like Chapman, he's not a physicist, and some of these other guys, like, I talked to a SpaceX engineer, material scientist, and he's like, I would never need this. The other problem with quantum computing is that there's no state space, so there's nowhere to store anything. So you're really relying on regular computers. And then you'd also have this problem where, you have to keep these calculations in superposition long enough. So like you have to make sure this whole thing doesn't collapse. And in the meantime, if you're trying to calculate a huge amount of state, for example, let's say I want to simulate a many-body problem for a whole second. If you try GROMACS and Amber, you'll simulate things for nanoseconds, or if you're lucky, microseconds. But you're not going to get a whole second. But where are you going to be able to store that state and the evolution of that state? So this is all just chicanery. The only serious science here is at that low level, where you're really still trying to think about how to make these gates work. And that's real science. It's great. It's beautiful stuff. But once you get above there, it just gets very spooky very fast. It gets very... There's nothing real. It's all smoke and mirrors. And quantum people know this. Every quantum person knows this. The Google guys, the Microsoft guys. The only people that know this or don't know this or know it and they're being willfully misleading are the CEOs. And I think 99% of those guys fall into the camp of they know this, but they can't say it. So, if you actually did a survey of how many people really want this, it's a very, 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 very small market, and the product doesn't work. There's a lot of people who want to make the product because it's quite the achievement. It's like a Nobel Prize winning achievement. It's super cool. I'd love to do it. But it just, there's nothing there. We have great computers now. I'd love to crack Bitcoin. But I'd actually have throughput problems, possibly, and state space problems. So I'm not sure that even with a quantum computer I could do it. Okay, Balding. Yeah, people have tried quantum for finance, and again, you have bottlenecks that are going to get in the way, like TRAD.io, just bus IO. Like these things are not on a chip. So cracking Bitcoin isn't a market, obviously. Okay, let's put I went for a walk today. Put him on timeout. That's a timeout. Medical imaging? Why would medical imaging ever need quantum? Doesn't make any sense. We don't even need the computers we have we have now for imaging. They're too powerful for imaging 10 years ago. I don't know about that, Adam. That's what a GPU does. Neuroscience would need quantum. I think you're kind of grasping at straws. The problem with quantum is you just don't have that much space. So you have what is it, 100 million brain cells? Did I got that right? Yeah. So maybe if you had 100 million qubits. Look, I think, Joe, someday, somewhere, there could be an application, but think about GPUs. The amount of things we need GPUs for is very limited. They're still the biggest business in the world. But it's very hard to find an application here because GPUs, the only application you had before is video games. Is it billion? 100 billion brain cells? Off by a couple of orders of magnitude. So there's no computer job that you or I need to do that requires serious compute. The only companies that need this at all are like 6 companies. 6 AI companies need this. That's it. xAI, OpenAI, Microsoft. List gets pretty short pretty fast. Who needs a GPU farm? Those 6 companies, they're really valuable. But there's no, thank you for coming, Dan. There's no real need for an H100. Do you need an H100? What are you going to do with it? We're gonna do inference on the edge. DeepSeek showed us. I mean, you really don't need much to do that. Now, AI serving, big models sitting in cloud serving inference up. I mean, that's a big deal, but the amount of companies that need that is limited. The use is distributed quite a bit, large, very large. But remember, Moore's law kind of like, it's always tempting to say we're reaching the end of compute. As a kid, I'd always follow the Wintel mafia, increasingly like consuming more processor resources, mostly with sloppy code, and Windows never actually got faster. But we got to a point where consumer applications we don't need more horsepower on our PCs. That's why your clock speed of your computer hasn't increased. Number of threads hasn't really increased either. It's gone really slowly. These computers aren't getting much more powerful. They're fast, they work. In the old days, we had to be careful how many programs we opened up. You'd palpably have the computer slow down. You'd wait 10, 20 seconds before something popped up. It was normal. It doesn't happen anymore. And I think that even AI is going to start to drop to a point where you could run some of these things on a normal computer. What lies beyond that? What lies beyond the current paradigm of AI? And then there'll be something. Yeah, exactly, Lucas. But the idea that you need quantum for anything is kind of sort of difficult to fathom, and I think it's difficult to fathom because we have complexity to guide us, right? We have these ideas about what algorithms are super hard to calculate that we can't just throw a bunch of compute at it. The only reason NVIDIA is getting rich right now is because nobody's figured out how to make what they make in a way that replaces their product. But eventually AMD and Intel and others, GPUs will get cheaper. They'll get easier to make. Um, it's a race. They'll get easier to use and program for. But at some point, we're kind of running out of things to compute. And I think that, can you contrive problems that are really hard to compute? Yeah, of course. That's what complexity is all about. Go to every NP hard problem. But why are you solving NP hard problems? For what? Yeah, Jevons paradox unfortunately proved to not be true. Ask Intel. And for the average person, we don't use more compute. For the average person, dollar wise, we're certainly spending less. I guess if we include our iPhones, we're using compute, but we're certainly spending less on it. You used to have to buy 486 for $3,000. Qubit short squeeze. Yeah, I'm very suspicious. I think that it's certainly crazy to think about these companies as publicly traded companies that you could be interested in investing in. I think it's cool that they're on the menu, so to speak, because some people might be interested in the space, but I think Rigetti probably does it best when they say, look, we're fucking science experiment, man. There's no rhyme or reason to what we're doing. We'll see what happens. That's like really respectable because that's the truth. But when these companies are saying quantum is now, well, they're saying that because the guy wants to collect the stock options. And if you gave his stock options comped to show me your scientific progress, not show me your computational progress, things would be very different. And I think that the Rigetti guy deserves a lot of credit for being able to tell it like it is. I don't know if I have a favorite quantum company. Maybe QEra? I don't know. But these guys haven't made much computational progress. Yeah, that was one of the wildest rallies I've ever seen. When Rigetti and fucking D-Wave and IonQ were all going up like crazy. I too feared for my own life. I thought the stocks would jump out of the screen and bite me. Turns out it was not to be. Now, I would be interested in these companies near cash value. But what's funny is the venture world had them at cash value and still couldn't make it work. So literally all of these companies were venture funded, recapped again, SPAC recapped, and now getting recapped yet again. Imagine you could be the founder of IonQ and not have any shares left. It's actually sad that Chapman only has 30 million bucks. He should be a billionaire for this fucking thing that he pulled. I'd hire him as a salesperson any day of the week. Yeah, I think only 30 million. I think he dumped it all. I don't know. It deserves every penny. I hate to say it. What a scumbag. You bought a house with it, yep. I think quantum for simulations is interesting, but I raised the point about the state space. How do you capture all that state? Where do you put it if you want to have a simulation advance, a full second or something? No RAM. Yeah, Matt Levine's a joker, man. That whole company's a joke. I would unsubscribe from Matt Levine. It's a waste of your time. That guy should be writing for the New Yorker or something like that. Instead, he just LARPs that he knows something about business. Exactly, Michael. I'm worried about the impacts of the. Why would I be worried? Worried for who? I mean, truth be told, the NIH, if the NIH is going to pay for research, it should take a royalty. We got to start thinking about this budget, man. Something's got to pay for Medicaid, Medicare. You're right, Prompt Bear. I got more than enough I can handle with simple fintech. Speaking of which, we might. It's probably too early for me to tell you the secrets. I'll tell you secrets later. QUBT short covering. Will enslave the entire European Union. I think I'm down. I will be the overlord of all of Eastern Europe. I'm so down. I don't care. I'm going to tell you like it is. I guess if I had to be the king of all of Eastern Europe on behalf of the United States, I guess what would you call that? The synod? What would I be? The regent of all of Eastern Europe? Where would I headquarter? Probably like Belgrade, right? I mean, what would be the suzerain? Maybe Czechia, Prague. Proctor. I would have to, have my counterpart suzerain of Eastern Europe or Western Europe would probably be who? Let's see. Who'd be a good Western Europe king? Who's like from there but American, but goes back to Europe, like genealogy wise. Who do we put in charge of Europe? I was gonna say Marco Rubio. He'd be like Spain. No, enslaving Asia would be difficult. I think Asia would fight. I think China would be a tough fight. China. Yeah, of course, Shactus. Come on. I've been investing 25 years. If I didn't get a 10 bagger, I got many 10 baggers. Yeah, we got financed food coming up, so that means we're definitely gonna package those. I wonder if Godel can do that. Should we do a CDO tranche? Try not to use leverage if you can help it. Leverage is bad for you. Very bad. We don't have a roadmap publicly, but I did write one if you want to hear it. I think we're going to email it to all our users. So if you're a user, you'll get this. So I'm just going to read it quickly. Multi-year, multi-quarter earnings, revenues, EBITDA, net income, etc. Estimates from FactSet. Various terminal upgrades for speed. Additional U.S. equities coverage. So we want to get 100% of the U.S. equities market. Most of these systems don't show you all of the markets. There's like 7 or 8 different markets that each have a little market share in the U.S. So they don't. You need all of them consolidated, which is very hard to actually do. All global equities on a delayed price basis very soon. Real-time equities for London, Japan, Hong Kong, Australia, Germany, and Switzerland. Those are in progress. A Wall Street scale directory of all buy-side and sell-side employees, including contact information. Of course, we're going to do OTC. That kind of goes without saying. VC, private equity, and hedge fund returns. The most comprehensive database. Global indices, index futures, commodity spot, commodity futures, earnings transcripts, opera options data with new analytics, like historical volatility and scenario analysis. AI tools, quantitative trading tools, and bonds. Those are our... Yeah, we're definitely going to get Euronext. Firehose real-time options is Opera. Backtesting is definitely something we'd like to do. I think you want to do backtesting well. Most platforms don't. I think Matt Levine is just a clown, man. Like, he's a liberal financial entertainer. And, I'm a financial personality, but, Levine's never actually done shit, man. How many times do you have to ask me, Nico? Yeah, I've gotten many 10-baggers. Jesus Christ, I'm in biotech. My own stock that I created 10-bagged. Twice I had 2 different 10-baggers in biotech that I was CEO of. Let alone ones I've invested in. Come on. Cool, Bristol. Yeah, like Gilead. Savo is, a short, so it's not a 10x. Sparsentan's kind of a dog. There's only so much you could do with blood pressure. Uh, no, I think the Tiger Cubs may be a thing of the past. I hate to say it. That was a unique time and place. Things are changing. Look at the returns of Maverick and Lone Pine. Things are changing, man. They don't make them like they used to. Of course, there's new guys. There's new guys that are great. Don't get me wrong. But that was a special thing. That was a special thing. Blue Ridge, Shumway. Come on, you had like just these crazy hedge funds. These guys got old and retired. Some of them passed away. You know, super old. So at the end of the day, the special, super special talent is hard to find. Hold on, let me check my crystal ball. Why is this stock up today? Make the oracle call. Yeah, we might do transactions. That's what I was gonna say. It's a super secret thing. We'll keep you posted. I don't know if I want to compete with Robinhood that much though. Just throw down the gauntlet on Robinhood. Yeah, that's right. Selra. Yeah, correct. I don't know much about Guru Focus. Yeah, I don't know ZG. Maybe. I don't know about diagnosis, but better treatment too. Okay, my knee's killing me. I want to look at Amex, but I can switch to Sarepta if you want. Let me see what people want. You decide. Yeah, you can't go. You know, I couldn't go public, but there's always exceptions can be made. Make a couple phone calls. Yeah, drugs don't really cost the U.S. too much. I don't really care if I get a partner or not. It's not my focus. It doesn't really do anything. What does the Frenchie think? Okay, Sarepta barely. Yeah, I think the point of the affiliate program is to go find affiliate, find users yourself. I mean, doing it here is a little lazy, but I understand people want to do it here too. But it's a little unfair because then all the affiliates are just going to cause a lot of noise in here. It's not about what's more exciting. If investing was about getting the most exciting things, then that'd be a weird thing. We're not interested in what's exciting. We're interested in what's profitable. All right, so Sarepta, $73. Dropped from 13 billion to 7 billion. Like I said, I know this company kind of like the back of my hand because I was there for AVI Biopharma and all that stuff. We made the Godel contrast a little bit lighter because it was too bright. It's a little better now. But, one of the problems with news on any of these systems is that it's a little hard to get the press releases. So like maybe we have a button here that's like PRs only. You click it and then unclick it or something like that. And because like otherwise, like there is such thing as too much news. And I'm gonna make a thing where like you can actually delete these if you wanted to, like by pressing delete. Like I don't need this, I don't need this. It'd be kind of cool. And of course you can turn off some of these, but like it probably makes sense to like right click this and say don't show me any more from this. I mean, we're next JavaScript app, but like everybody else on the web, but I think a desktop program would be good. Yeah, some of these probably should just be removed because some of these are really interesting too. Sometimes you just, you say, just give me all the news. I don't want to miss a thing. Yeah, Luca, it's about 10 of us. A lot of WebSockets work. Well, Bloomberg's 25K a year, Kangaroo, so it's about 2,500 a month. And what's funny is they banned me from being a user. So all they had to do is just let me pay them. That's all they had to do. We don't really do remote unless the only way we do remote is if somebody was like the perfect developer for us. They had fintech experience at a hedge fund or one of our rivals, Bloomberg FactSet, someone like that. They banned me because they don't like me. So now they're gonna not like me some more. Wow, that's a big number. Holy shit. How did your DCF only get... It's a huge number, Jesus. Holders always get updated quarterly. Yeah, Bloomberg's just makes too much money. Yeah, I hate to say that might be true. Point is, yeah, maybe you worked at Goldman Sachs, maybe you worked at a quant fund, maybe you worked at wherever. You can make more money working for me than any of those places. Even Jane Street. Thanks, PM. Oh, where do you see that, Ian? I love that. I love it. Bloomberg's an easy work-life balance, and they pay pretty well. Plus, Goldman fires people. I mean, I don't understand this exactly. Was there some special... This must be is this a typo? How did revenue jump like that? God, 4 a.m. You're really annoying, man. Until I say otherwise, the answer is yes. But unfortunately, all my calls are out of the money anyway, so I guess the answer is no. I mean, I shouldn't be annoyed at you for asking. So how did the revenue go so crazy for this drug? What happened? Is it... Max, you're starting to annoy me too. Theta, relax. You guys don't have to go too crazy with your trigger fingers. OpenBB is useless. Yeah, the 12% is hilarious. What the hell is 12%? 12% isn't meaningful in the GPU world. I mean, all I'm saying is Elevdis went to 384 million out of nowhere. How? I have to listen to the conference call or something. I mean, a very light overclock. That's hilarious. Oh, I love that. I should have came up with that insult. I have esprit d'escalier when you come up with a joke after the fact. That would have been a funny joke. Oh, so you guys overclocked.
Reminder, today's program is being recorded. At this time, I'd like to turn the call over to Mary Jenkins, Associate Director, Investor Relations and Corporate Communications. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Lisa, and thank you all for joining today's call. Earlier this afternoon, we released our financial results for the fourth quarter and full year 2024. The press release, slides, and supplementary information are available on the investor section of our website at Sarepta.com. Our 10-K will be filed with the SEC later this week. Joining us on the call today are Doug Ingram, Ian Estepan, Dallan Murray, and Dr. Louise Rodino-Klapac. After our formal remarks, we'll open the call for Q&A. I'd like to note that during this call, we will be making a number of forward-looking statements. Please refer to slide 2 on the webcast, which contains our forward-looking statements. These forward-looking statements involve risks and uncertainties, many of which are beyond Sarepta's control. Actual results could materially differ from these forward-looking statements, and any such risks can materially and adversely affect the business, the results of operations, and trading prices for Sarepta's common stock. For a detailed description of applicable risks and uncertainties, we encourage you to review the company's most recent SEC filings. The company does not undertake any obligation to publicly update its forward-looking statements, including any financial projections provided today based on subsequent events or circumstances. As noted on slide 3, we will discuss non-GAAP financial measures on this webcast. Descriptions of these non-GAAP financial measures and reconciliations of GAAP to non-GAAP are included in today's press release and the slide presentation available on the investor section of our website. And now I'll turn the call over to our President and CEO, Doug Ingram, who will provide an overview of our recent progress. Doug?
Thank you, Mary. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining Sarepta Therapeutics' fourth quarter and full year 2024 financial results conference call. As you may know, back in late 2017, we created an expansive strategic plan that we called Project Moonshot, one that would require that we raise billions of dollars, chart a course through the unknown, and overcome multiple unforeseen obstacles that would have deterred a less committed team, but also a strategic plan, if achieved, which would ensure a better life for thousands of Duchenne patients and cement the durable future of Sarepta. After years of work and reams of new insight into the treatment of Duchenne in 2024, we achieved all of the goals laid out in Project Moonshot. We attained approval for the broadest possible label for ELEVIDYS, achieving our goal of a transformative therapy that could serve the vast majority of Duchenne patients. We worked with the FDA to reframe the approach to the development of rare and ultra-rare diseases so that therapies previously rendered unviable by FDA requirements now have the potential to help patients. And as a result, our LGMD franchise is moving with renewed speed towards 3 potential approvals over the next few years. We broadly launched ELEVIDYS in 2024 and achieved results greater than all other in vivo gene therapies combined. At the same time, we continued to serve the community with our PMOs, which grew even in the face of a robust gene therapy launch. We became sustainably profitable and cash flow positive in 2024. Indeed, by the end of 2030, we will do over $16 billion cumulatively in operating income and over $13 billion in free cash flow. And this is after we have closed and made our initial investment in the Arrowhead transaction. And we have secured a durable and even more diversified future through our Arrowhead collaboration, pursuant to which we now add to our gene therapy pipeline a broad platform of siRNA, including 4 clinical programs, 3 preclinical programs, 6 research programs across neuromuscular, CNS, cardiomyopathy, and pulmonary. In addition to multiple gene therapy launches in the coming few years, we will have multiple potential blockbuster siRNA launches before the end of this decade. Now, speaking more specifically of performance, we had an exceptionally strong fourth quarter and full year performance with our 4 approved therapies. For the fourth quarter, our net product revenue stood at $638 million, growing at 75% over the same quarter prior year. This represents more than $60 million in overperformance to our prior guidance. Our full year net product revenue stood at $1.8 billion, representing year-over-year growth of 56%, million in the fourth quarter and $967 million for the full year. We were profitable on a GAAP and a non-GAAP basis in the fourth quarter, and we were cash flow positive. Dallin Murray, our Chief Customer Officer, will provide more color on commercial performance in a moment. And then to round out the call, our CFO, Ian Estepan, will discuss our financials in more detail. Looking forward, in 2025, we will capitalize on the successes of 2024. As you know, our net product revenue guidance for 2025, excluding royalties for Roche, is between $2.9 billion and $3.1 billion, approximately one-third of which will come from the PMOs and a bit over two-thirds of which will come from ELEVIDYS. This represents year-over-year growth of 70% for total net product revenue, and for ELEVIDYS, this represents over 160% year-over-year growth. On the R&D and checkout side, we have more upcoming milestones this year than any other time in our history. As you know, we already met our important ELEVIDYS milestone in January. We reported the 2-year and 1-year crossover results for ELEVIDYS from our pivotal trial in March, and all pre-specified measures that include functional measures, muscle health, biomarkers. Those on ELEVIDYS did strongly statistically significantly better than untreated natural history would have predicted. We have passed 600 patients now on therapy across a broad range of ages and weights. These data are further proof of the transformative potential of ELEVIDYS to change the future course of this disease for patients. To continue to serve the global market and improve COGS, we are planning for a move to suspension manufacturing, and after completing our GMP runs, we intend to commence our suspension manufacturing bridging study this year. As noted, we are now moving rapidly with our LGMD platform. We are continuing to dose our study for SRP-9004 to treat LGMD type 2B, and we have initiated our registration study for SRP-9005 to treat LGMD type 2C. We have completed dosing in our pivotal trial for SRP-9003 to treat LGMD type 2E, and we will be submitting our BLA for approval later this year. We also intend to file an IND for SRP-9010 to treat LGMD type 2A later this year. If successful, we will launch SRP-9003 next year. We will launch SRP-9004 the following year, and SRP-9005 will be launched the year after that. As you know, we have closed our transaction with Arrowhead this month, and already there will be several very significant milestones in 2025. This year, we will have our initial readout for cohorts for ARO-SUX4 to treat FSHD type 1. Again, this could be a very significant proof of biology. We will be looking at muscle concentration, downstream gene correction, and safety. We're also very excited about the potential to, with that, as we pre-announced in January, with years of work and reams of new insight into the treatment of Duchenne, profitable and cash flow positive by the fourth quarter of 2020. With genetic conditions, all and show link to the existing product revenue for 2024 totaled, to discuss all of them, correction and safety. We're also very excited about the potential to directly measure knockdown SRP-9004 the following year, and SRP-9005 will be launched the year after that. As you know, we have closed our transaction with Arrowhead this month, and already there will be several very significant milestones in 2025. This year, we will have our initial readout for cohorts for ARO-SUX4 to treat FSHD type 1. Again, this could be a very significant proof of biology. We will be looking at muscle concentration, downstream gene correction, and safety. We're also very excited about the potential to directly measure knockdown of the aberrant protein of interest, SUX4. No other program to date has been able to achieve this, and this would be a very powerful result if successful. Likewise, we will have a readout of our initial cohorts for ARO-DM1 to treat DM1, where we could obtain proof of biology looking at muscle concentration, knockdown, gene splicing, and safety. If successful, we could launch our therapy for DM1 in 2029. Our clinical programs for MMP7 and SCA2 are progressing well as well. We intend to initiate our first in-human clinical study before the end of this year for ARO-HTT, which is intended to treat Huntington's disease, schedule an R&D day later this year to discuss all of them in more detail. Our head of R&D and Chief Scientific Officer, Dr. Luis Medina-Clayback, will discuss our pipeline progress in a moment. With grit and operational excellence, we achieved all of our multi-year objectives in 2024. In 2025, we will continue to execute. We will build on our foundation as one of the very few fully integrated, profitable, and cash flow positive biotechs in the world today, and we will achieve our next ambition, which is to become the next globally relevant big biotech, focused on improving the lives of those among us with life-limiting rare disease. And with that, I will turn the call to Dallan Murray for more detail on commercial performance and plans. Dallan?
Thank you, Doug, and good afternoon. I'm delighted by the exceptional performance the team delivered in the fourth quarter and for the full year 2024. As we pre-announced in January, net product revenue for 2024 totaled $1.79 billion, consisting of roughly $967 million from our PMO franchise and approximately $821 million for ELEVIDYS. 2024 marked the 8th year of our PMO franchise, which continues to perform well and grew modestly year over year, even in the face of the transformation brought about by ELEVIDYS. As in prior years, the team delivered this growth organically without taking price increases on any of our approved PMO products. As such, this growth speaks to the increase in patients we are serving in the Duchenne community. For 2025,
Was that a shot at me?
PMOs remain an integral part of our guidance, and even in the face of strong ELEVIDYS performance, we are only seeing modest U.S. net cannibalization. We are comfortable with the current consensus estimates as they stand today for the PMOs. For the fourth quarter, net product revenues for the PMOs totaled roughly $254 million, growing at approximately 9% compared to the fourth quarter of 2023. Individual PMO net product revenues were $137.6 million for EXONDYS 51, $40.2 million for VYONDYS 53, and $76.2 million for AMONDYS 45. Now turning to the ELEVIDYS launch and performance. Q4 was our second full quarter with an expanded label, and we could not be more pleased with the launch execution. In particular, for the fourth quarter, ELEVIDYS revenue totaled $384.2 million, exceeding our quarterly guidance by over $60 million. And please bear in mind, even with this impressive growth, at this point in the launch, we have treated approximately 5% of the on-label addressable patient population for ELEVIDYS. So the opportunity ahead of us remains significant, and we have been raising our sales at the moment. The recent findings from the Part 2 of the EMBARK study adds to the existing robust body of clinical evidence. This will undoubtedly help the team with their efforts going forward. As the launch progresses, we remain confident in our understanding of the launch dynamics and the key drivers, which continue to be robust patient demand for both the ambulant and non-ambulant populations, ample site capacity for both the infusion and follow-up, positive trends in access and reimbursement for both ambulatory and non-ambulatory patients, and consistent conversion rates as we continue to see patients gaining access within the 3 to 5 month conversion timeline. Doug took some time at the recent JP Morgan meeting to give more details on that conversion timeline. Understanding this process is essential to understanding our business model and the confidence we have in our success and ability to execute both quarter to quarter and in the coming years. 5 launches and a decade of working in partnership with the key neuromuscular institutions gives us a deep line of sight into the cadence of dosing each patient in each center, in each region, and across the country. For each and every gene therapy patient, roughly 20 to 25 people within each institution play an important part in making that growth happen. And those folks are across each
Typo.
from the executive team to the pharmacy department, as well as the medical, finance, and various administrative teams. And that's only the people within the institution. We also rely on additional people from our distribution.
Let's go, pee pee poo poo.
Along with others from various
Make sure you subscribe.
all need to do their
That's great, Jacob. Thank you, bud.
Perfection and under tight timelines to successfully dose each patient. Why is this important? There are two reasons. The first and most critical is that we've now shown as a team we can do this reliably and successfully for over 6 quarters now since our initial launch. We've built the model and shown we can reliably execute, which has been challenging for others to accomplish. Secondly, it gives us a great deal of confidence in our revenue projections, which are driven by our understanding of the patient journey. There are several factors that contribute to the cadence of patients being treated, and we have a good line of sight into each of these factors. With over 8 years of commercial experience comes a good understanding of where the patients are and their pathway to treatment. We are also pleased with the continued progress in getting broad coverage for ELEVIDYS and continue to see patients gaining access to our plans with more restrictive policies. To date, not a single patient has been permanently denied coverage. And as you can see from our performance, this is a disease state that we understand extremely well. We are very confident in our growth trajectory, and I'd like to reiterate a point that Doug made in January that puts our performance into broader context. We project that in the first 30 months of our ELEVIDYS launch, ELEVIDYS net product revenue will outperform every other in vivo gene therapy combined over that same period of time. Our success with ELEVIDYS shows that one-time gene therapy can be commercially viable, providing hope for those with Duchenne and for all of those with genetic conditions with unmet need. As a reminder, our 2025 net product revenue guidance is $2.9 to $3.1 billion.
Keep in mind that, this is one-time treatment. So it's a gene therapy. Every now and then I talk to some really crazy people that are like, well, pharma doesn't want one-time therapies. I say, why? And they say, well, you don't get recurring revenue. Okay. $3.2 million. Let's go. I fuck with that. $3.2. Rappers bragging about, I got 50 G's on my wrist, etc. DMD kids bragging, I got 3.2 million in my jeans. EQS Hasden, it's not our best function, but EQS Go, which is or EQS Enter. Yeah, that's right, fun. Yep. $3.2 million for ELEVIDYS. Nothing to do with my trading account, since you're asking. It is covered by insurance. Let's do a timeout for animal. 10-second. We start with 10-second timeouts and then graduate piece by piece. No. Okay, Audric, 10-second timeout. Timeout. V, I think maybe you missed some spelling there. Can or can't? So what you want, Hasden, is you want a quote monitor that just automatically puts all of a sector stocks in there. Is that what you're asking for? We can do that. Yeah, we could definitely do that. It's not a feature at the moment, but I like that idea. Good question, pee pee poo poo. We're working on Elevdis first. Heat map is coming actually. I personally don't care for heat maps, but we do have heat map. Yeah, I think liver only. So primary endpoint is North Star at week 52. These are for ambulatory patients. All right, let's focus on Sarepta. Part 1 did not meet PE? What the fuck? So just for the first month, I think, Nick. They should make that a little more clear. Yeah, still got a FDA approval. There's hope for Matt Nacktrap still. Nico, this drug is only for people with Duchenne muscular dystrophy, a fatal illness. Childhood fatal illness. Neo's had weird volume for a while. Spinraza is for spinal muscular atrophy, a similar disease, which is more infantile. Patients get very sick very early. Okay, this is a bit wild. I want to save this. I mean, I know the sector, you know, it's my sector. Spent my whole life following biotech, so you know, you just kind of pick it up. Oh, Capper is a joke. Capper's a joke compared to this. Okay, there's a typo right here. It was filed in. This is the SBLA. Wouldn't it have just been the BLA? I guess I just don't have the right document. It's annoying. There's a lot of. I've never seen this many documents before. We just don't know anything, Jacob, about those diseases, really. I barely know that company, Brian. I think there are some full of shit people in VC, yeah. There's full of shit people in all industries, though. It's better than selling very well, so it's not at home from that perspective. It's pretty tough to just to take the company side for a second. It's not easy to do trials in these diseases. I got plenty of March Madness in my own house. I don't need any more. I'm not sure what you're asking for, Sizzle. We're a brand new company, and it's a brand new product. You gotta be patient. We are hiring. You have to live in New York City. I have a lot of shorts. I don't remember coding any game. We pay competitively. In startups, you're trying to get equity. If the pay is what you're interested in, that's a pretty big red flag. I don't care if you commute. You gotta commute. Work, show up on time. I never made a chess video game. Ever. I recognize that domain. I had that domain, but we never made a game. I never made a game with somebody. Sorry. Let me focus on this. Yeah, we're just hiring mostly programmers. That'll change at some point. Gene therapy designed to treat the proximate cause. I think we'll do Windows. Yeah, there's some ways they can keep doing it, and it's a pretty good management team. They seem like they're pretty solid. I do some programming. I think most people don't know esoteric Japanese pharma. You can't kill a receptor. I don't think so. I mean, we may exit someday, but I don't think they'd be interested in working with us. Yeah, we should give you a free stock if you sign up. I think that'd be fun. We think we might do that. Nico, good question. It depends on your trading style and investing style. I would say if you have less than $100,000, you're probably not meant for Godel. Should we just do quantum stocks? That'd be fucking funny. It could be a lottery. It could be a lottery. Some people get Berkshire. One guy gets Berkshire out of like a million. Yeah, maybe we'll do something like that. I don't want to. I don't want credit card scammers. Yeah, low key, it's meant for people who have used Bloomberg before or who are going to use Bloomberg in the future. And there's more than a million people who've been trained on Bloomberg, but we're really trying to target that audience. I do think we could. I do think we can do something where we can make a sort of parallel site that's a little less intimidating. Yeah, Michael, but they don't let individual students have accounts. We're going to change that. Trust me, we're going to make it so that it's a little easier to use. We get a plan. Yeah, Austin, we probably want to make it so like if you invite them, you get some reward. But what would be fun? Okay, so let's say here we go. So we did the biggest by US. So here's the stock prices. You get a free share. This is kind of arbitrary, but it's kind of funny. I like this. I think somebody just noticed like, oh, that's our cost of capital, you know? Or that's our user acquisition cost. So it's basically a lottery for $700,000 as you want the Berkshire. Yes, we're still on Sarepta. Let's just take a quick detour, okay? Let me take a quick detour. Is there any catch to Robinhood when you sign up and get a free account? Do you like, or when you get some free shares, can you just like sell it, dip, and withdraw? I know nobody does that, but can you withdraw? It's only like $5 worth. Oh, it's only $5. Oh, I thought they were giving you a full share. Gay? Okay. I'm sitting here thinking they're giving a full share. No point to this now. Okay. So there's 69 stocks I pulled up real quick. It's most of it's, you know, in Berkshire. So the average price theoretically is $10,000. It's all weighted by Berkshire. So assume this distribution holds. So excluding Berkshire, the average stock's $380. So over, I don't know, let's say it's probably also, yeah, maybe remove. There's a couple $1,000 stocks. What's the $5,000 stock? That's Booking. It's also pretty rare one. So 300. Yeah, I guess there are a lot of $1,000 stocks these days. So $300 stocks on average. Let's say 5,000 people sign up. Yeah, we can make it vest over even 2 or 3 months and break even. And you have some chance, you know, let's see, say 5,000 users. One user gets the Berkshire, which is $700,000. So my total cost is going to be 2.2 million. The sort of average prize money jumps to 439, but it doesn't go up too much. Yeah, brokers. The problem with brokers is they don't really get free shares. Let's say Goodell's price is $100. You have to sign up for maybe, what do we do? Maybe 3 months. A 3-month sign up. No, we'd have to do it randomly, Drax. It'd be a little fucked up if it's like, oh, my family member got it. Who got it? Joe Springer. Fuck. I don't think that drives signups. I once bought Berkshire like 200 something thousand. Patrick, you may be correct. So anyway, here's one wolf. So yeah, I'm just thinking how this promotion would work. Yeah, it's like E flatish. Institutions. I mean, we can make the math work one way or another, right? Like, it's just a matter of like how attractive the proposition is to the user. Well, you can't charge minnows too much. There's more minnows though. You can also sell your account at some point, Vazi. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I do think the Berkshire. Nobody really would care if the Berkshire guy canceled his account or not. I mean, at that point, like, you were literally winning $1 million, right? Shiftly. Yes, I've used the interactive API. Yeah, so we'll figure out promotion, but it'd be fun. Oh yeah, we have them, and Daniel, and yeah, there's actually some issues in making them really available to people. But we're gonna work through those. There's a bunch of new TTSs that are out. I think Sesame is out, and a couple of others. I'm still looking at Sarepta, but I like that. I like that idea. I have to like change my book around a little bit, so I'm trying to figure out maybe I should start doing that. D-Wave's going to hell, I can tell you that. I had to go to probation, so I didn't turn Market Maker on because I couldn't be there for it. One, and two, I'm making some updates as well for some autocorrelation fixes. If you're bid side on every BTACL, he knows the lingo. If you're bid side on every If you're bid side on everything and it's all really correlated, it's kind of, you should probably figure out either how to, hedge the beta or move your bids. Because you can get hit on the bid side on every stock you own, which is pretty much what happens. I'm not running it. I mean, I basically got half a session today. I might start it up now, but I also on Friday have to roll my book over, and I already, if I know what I want to update the Market Maker with, I kind of just want to focus on making that code. So I'm just going to ship that whenever I can, and not worry too much about. Because in my head, I've already changed the code. So like running the inferior code doesn't make sense. Yeah, I think there's a lot of ways to do it. All right, so I guess shorting D-Wave is probably the best risk reward right now. What do you think? Rigetti? Probably Rigetti, right? Fucking nothing's happening to Rigetti. I don't think you need that, Neutrino. I think you just need... I mean, you can have a correlation coefficient. That's not a big deal. I'm not trading 5,000 stocks right now anyway. But I don't see a huge problem with the correlation coefficient or even the beta. I mean, beta is probably just as good. Oh, I think the bag holders are abandoning ship right now for a bunch of these. Mom's Rigetti indeed. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Shit, I wish I knew better, Crown. I wish I knew better. Hmm. The Ion Q Vol is still a little jacked. Surprising. I don't think you need to leave a mark before you die. I think that's kind of foolish. There's a lot of people that want to leave a mark before they die, but like, you got to realize that one, it's very hard to do. There's so many great people we don't remember at all. So I think try to leave a mark for yourself and your family. You know, that's it. You don't have to impress the world. Nobody's going to remember you. Just the people you want to be remembered by the people who love you. You know, that's the most important thing. Yeah, it's not hard to be remembered for something terrible. You don't want that. Oh shit, IonQ's hard to, well, it's not hard to borrow yet. Let me get all this right now. I need that. Nobody shorted. That's my borrow. Don't fucking touch it. Don't you touch it. God damn it. It's all on uptick. Just give me my uptick. Oh, they found more borrow. Well, they didn't actually. They changed the sign. That's hard to borrow, but it's still low inventory. Maybe that means they're getting more. I don't know. Fucking Kamath. Yeah, this vol is super jacked up. Even the 18 calls on IonQ are trading for more than their implicit value. No, I've never met Kamath, and I'm good. I'm chilling. I'm chilling, Holmes. I don't talk about who I know or don't know. Come on. That's tacky. Ubisoft, the woke gaming company. You like Carvana as a short? I'm assuming. Uh, I don't know, Rocky. That's a big mean reversion. That's not. I don't think it's gonna work. I don't like ETH, honestly. It just acts like dog. Poo poo. Why not, Joey? Why don't you think it'll exist? Right, T-Sizzle, exactly. I asked Dasha if she was gonna like get bored of crypto in 5 minutes. She's like, no, no, I'm in it for life. I'm gonna go give her a good talking to. If you shorting that ETF, usually the brokers will make the margin requirement such that like you're not getting free leverage. But if your broker will let you short it, yes, my friend Dasha from Red Scare. You know, communist bitch. Yeah, I don't know what the IonQ baggies want. I mean, what are they gonna get? It's just a dog shit company. It's a disaster. They were rude to you, so what'd you do? You were rude back, it sounds like, right? Were you rude back? Well, yeah, he didn't like you. What can you do? What are you looking to do? Just want to be a buy-side analyst? Well, join Godel. I'll give you some advice. I have a lot of contacts on Wall Street. Yeah, banking's good. You could try for another team at 0.72. I almost called it SAC because that was the name of it for so long. We are looking at Sarepta, but I really do have to make some trades here to balance out my portfolio a little. I'm just moving my quantum book around. I have a bunch of options expiring. Make sure I get all that done the way I want it done. IonQ is the remarkable vol. I don't know if I want to pay for all this vol. But at the same time, it also just went up $1. So it feels like it's like almost okay to pay. Maybe just buy puts. Yeah, puts kind of look better than anything else. I like high delta, 80s, 90s kind of thing. Yeah, I think I was talking about this on Discord last night. Join our Discord if you want to meet some like-minded people. A lot of interesting people in our Discord, including Jane Street, Susquehanna traders, hedge fund guys, you name it. Look, I mean, the biggest trading stories I can tell you over and over again are the same theme for me, which is it took me a really long time to not do this, which is adding to losing trades. And if you're attracted to Wall Street, a lot of times it's because you have been told your whole life, you're very smart, and you got a lot of, intelligence at SATs or, those kinds of things, grades, tests. And then you end up, kind of expecting to be right on everything you do, right? No, I like Sarepta. So you expect to be right on everything you do. And the problem is that in the market, you're going to be wrong. Now there's other people. Now I talk to everybody in Discord. You don't have to subscribe. Don't pay me for Discord. So anyway, the point of the story here is you'll often sort of get to this point where you're sort of expected to be right all the time because you're given God-given intelligence, right? And it's a wonderful thing to have, but it doesn't really help you in the stock market. And the sooner you figure that out, the better. And there's just a temptation to sort of add to a losing trade. And it took me forever just to stop adding, let alone cutting. Right? So like, let's say you think quantum computing is a short. You agree with me. And you short some stock, and it doubles in price. What do? I mean, you can add after maybe it doubles, but the problem is when the stock goes up 10 cents and you add to it, it goes up another 20 cents, you add to it. If it goes up 50% and you kept your position small, you can add to it. But if you're adding every dollar to the point where you've 10x your position, that's not trading. That's you being wrong and sort of overvaluing your opinion versus the market. The market could give you a good chance to double down, right? But take it slow. Your thoughts, just because you had them, are not that special. There's this temptation that, okay, I had this thought, therefore, this beautiful thought I had is got to be so right. It's just not really the way markets work. It's just not going to work that way. It's never worked that way. It's never going to work that way in the future, because there's no such thing as ESP. The market's not going to snap out of everything and realize you're a genius in 1 second. It's just kind of not the the way that works. It's going to work itself out over time. So if you take every uptick in the stock personally, that's just such a crazy way to behave, because the market doesn't know your thoughts. The market doesn't care about your thoughts, even if it knew it. So it's just sort of one of these things where you have to leave yourself the room to be wrong, and that room could be pretty substantial, because again, the market's not listening to you. And I think the biggest mistake we make is we think that the market can hear us or something. That sounds silly, but we think that there's some kind of connection between our thinking and what the market's doing, and there's no connection whatsoever. It's just important to be disconnected a little bit from your emotions that are telling you, you're outraged that stock's up or something like that. Like, you can't be outraged. It's just a stock. Like, people like the stock. They're going to continue to like the stock, and it's not going to change in 5 minutes or because you got angrier or something like that. That's just such a wild kind of way to look at it. I think GameStop is basically I mean, even the people who like GameStop know that the cash the company has is the main asset of the company, and you're sort of valuing this idea that management can pull a rabbit out of a hat and find a great business at a good price. That's basically the idea of GameStop. I don't think anybody thinks that the actual GameStop business is worth very much, but if you could find somebody that thinks that, I mean, that's impressive. It's impressive copium. There's just not that many people that think that. He could. I mean, it could be right. I'm just saying what the consensus is. Just because just because that's the consensus doesn't mean that the consensus is right. I mean, that would be a ridiculous way to look at the world. But it is somewhat telling that even the biggest GameStop cheerleaders don't really think that there's much value to GameStop itself. Cuomo? He asked me to jump on his show, but I get asked to do a lot of podcasts. I just don't want to do any of them. You know what Jensen says? Don't give up. No, I really do want to look at new. People ask me about it all the time, but I have to do this stupid trading. Is there news or an event for IonQ next week? Just seeing these options, it's very overpriced. I'm not long Costco. No, I actually like Costco as a short. Because of what news, Jordan? It's super overvalued. What does the popularity of the store have to do with the valuation of the company? Yeah, you could just scratch those off a long time ago, and will. Those are garbage. Laxus, what are you talking about? Yeah, REITs are, I look at as financials, unless, they're oil and gas REITs. Because there are some REITs that are like industry specific. Friday expiry is like zero DTE day, in essence. Some of you guys trade this all day. don't really care about weekend or anything like that. I think humanoid robots will be important. Yeah, I think there are going to be more of them than us. So I'm nice to them. That's right, Brian. Brian knows. Was looking at Sarepta, but I'm just trying to balance my portfolio before Friday expiry. It's always a bit of a headache because you kind of have a 0 day situation. It's a 0 day expiry in essence. So it's pretty crazy. Yeah, look at Palantir go. Well, they had a safety issue, but sales are going great. So one patient died. I don't think that's really a big deal. It's a very tough illness. I don't know that CEO, Mitchell. Why do you ask? I know who he is. Not exactly neutrino. Okay, that's a good point, WT. WT81 does raise an eyebrow. Although, you know, what is good? What's the definition of good news? Oh, clearly Wall Street expected it. Yeah, Gerardo, I actually don't even know how to access it. I think if you sign up and then use ACM in the terminal, that might help. And then I think it lets you do student. It's not free for students. I mean, there is a free product, but if you want, you know, real-time quotes and news, I mean, you actually get most of it for free. But if you want to chat with professional investors, you got to pay something. But there is a free. Godel is free tier. It's fairly generous. You talking about our product, Fungal? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, IonQ's HTB for me. Annoying. I'm only short 60,000 shares, which is not a lot. I buy puts too. Nah, I don't think it's neither of those, but I doubt it's certainly not making the stock price go up. Whether or not it's having an effect on the stock price, I would say, yeah, probably some effect. Yeah, avoid options if you can. I would agree with that. Rigetti's really pretty close to flat. So is QUBT. FX trading is very, very difficult. I want to call it hardly viable. Super hard. Most people cannot do that. That is a challenging life. I wouldn't want to do that. Yeah. I mostly do the synthetic puts, but they're really the same thing as buying puts. I mean, they should be functionally the same. Notice I try not to answer the life advice questions. I am going to make a new intro to finance series. Maybe I'd even like do it well produced with graphics and stuff. Maybe I'll do lesson one this weekend. I don't know. It's just fun, Jonathan. It's fun, and it's turns out to be very beneficial. When you're a sort of a public figure, and you've been the object of scorn, you've been lied about. You know, you set the record straight. So I'm a good guy. Character assassination. Fuck a hater. A hater's a fan that hasn't realized it yet. I mean, we all have a bad side to us. Tell me you never had a bad thought. I'm not a role model. Yeah. How am I supposed to be positive when I don't see positive shit around me? I'm a product of my fucking environment. Okay? Nothing good here. Yeah, we're going to trade DoorDash CDOs, CLOs. And they ask us, why do we turn to crime? Why do we turn to violence? That's what you want us to do. Shh. Why the jail's full? Ultra Juicer, no, you know that reference? That's a rare one. Partially reciting rap lyrics, partially some of my own experience. Okay, my lived experience. Don't deny my truth. Why is Jake as hard as it gets? Very important question. My brother and I loved that song when it came out. Wow. What's a Diddy party? What's that? Like a party thrown by Puff Daddy? You can't say I've partied with Puff. I'm not much of a party guy, in case you haven't noticed. Not too many party guys with my GitHub. We don't get invited to Diddy parties. We get invited to YC parties, database product launch parties. That's unfortunately the kind of stuff I go to. Big earnings call invites. A lot of charity dinners. Fucking Rigetti, man. This dog shit. I don't know. I think Kanye will be fine. Yeah, Luke. I mean, Shouldn't be your whole portfolio either. Yeah, full tilt. Yes. Yes. The answer is yes. You're long Kanye? You got Kanye out of the money calls? Damn. Let's go. What? What's up, cutie? What they talking? They talking smack about you? They say you don't have any claws. Your meow was very weak. Nobody's intimidated when you growl. It's true. It's true. I still love you. I still love you. Meow. I pretend I'm scared when she jumps on me because that's what true love is all about. Oh, what's this? Oh yeah, it's treats. It's treats. It's treats. Yeah. I mean, if your spirit animal isn't tiger and you're in the markets, you fucked up. I got a bit of a weird portfolio here. It's kind of for entertainment purposes. But then it hit, $2.5 million, which so it's a little bit like, okay, should I withdraw this? Should I? Quantum, yay. I could see him saying that shit too. I am quantum. I put 100 grand in. We went ham on something called cassava. It was very. I mean, you had to be there. That's all I'll say. You had to be there. Brian, no. There are ways to, for example, put options would allow you to. Well, it was 100K to $1 million with cassava. Then it was $1 million to like 1.5 with Galectin. Then it was 1.5 to 2.4 for IonQ. The story ends there. This is a 24x over 4 or 5 months. 4 months? Oh. Like I said, Arthur, the story ends there. Yeah, I was basically all in on cassava. We literally called it the YOLO portfolio. Yeah, montage would be funny. I'm not sure you should strive to do that, though. I don't know that you should strive to do that. I wouldn't necessarily agree that that's like a good thing. I think you want to make money in a little bit more controlled fashion. It's a lot of risk, It's not necessarily what you. Man, this is annoying as hell, this rally. I wouldn't say it's like winning lottery. I'd say it's more like You just want less risk. That's all. Yeah, of course, Mario. Be more than happy to. You just, you're not. You should not be taking more risk than you should. You have to take some risk. But you don't want to be fucking taking the risk that your account could get blown up every day. That's not smart. I mean, there's FX trading. I mean, there's very little informational arbitrage. Everybody knows everything at the same time. So you're dealing with, huge amounts of information symmetry. And that information symmetry means that, the prices are basically always incorporating everyone's thinking, as all markets do, but this one simultaneously. So what do you go off of? Now there are people who do macro well. You can have your macro thesis, but you better be prepared to be a really good economist. I don't think you're gonna make money with charts. Um, yeah, if you could find some ways to make money regardless, I think that'd be fantastic. Obviously, it's hard to find those situations, but they're doable. They're not always. Impossible to find. I don't know, Anthony. Depends on you. Depends on who you'd be working with. I mean, there's so many variables. You can't just. D-Wave and Rigetti are both bad in different ways. Rigetti has nothing, and they admit it. D-Wave has nothing, but they lie about it. So you got to figure out which one's better or worse for the market. Because when you lie about it, you got people who believe it. When you don't lie about it, you have lowered expectations. So they're kind of, well, when I say they got nothing, I mean, you know, they don't have a lot of pathways to success. But yes, technically, D-Wave is trying to commercialize their product. Yeah, they're just different flavors of companies. I mean, they're not. It depends on what you think's going to go down better. You know, the company that is promising the world and inevitably will fail to deliver it, or the company that's not promising anything, but it's an interesting technology, and they'll have their kind of ardent fans, but they'll also not deliver much, revenue wise or earnings wise. German like non-for-profit computing institute, so like makes sense that they would want these toys. Just like a kid, you know, like a car collector might want, you know, some kind of oddball cars. You know, in your collection. Yeah, I mean they're basically scam artists. I don't think Scott Aronson has much money, but he's probably investing it pretty prudently. He seems to me like a very risk averse, prudent guy. I don't think he's making big swashbuckling bets anywhere. I love Scott even though I don't know him. He just like seems like super nice, super friendly. What a smart dude. Rarely use assets. $5 months ago, cool.
Hey everyone, welcome to this conversation today, which is going to be in the areas of quantum computing, artificial intelligence, and all the myriad issues that these subjects bring up. And we're going to be speaking really with one of the world's great experts in these areas. It's Scott Aronson, and Scott is the Schoenberger Centennial Chair of Computer
Oh,
Science at the University of Texas at Austin, and is the founding
oh.
director there at the Quantum Information Center. He's a theoretical computer scientist who has made significant contributions to the fields of quantum
Yup,
computing and
yup.
computational complexity
Hmm.
is also
What
sort of
else?
relevant to part of our conversation that we will have 2 years working as a guest researcher at OpenAI, where he
Ooh.
focused on AI safety. And he joins us now from his home in Austin, Texas. So, welcome, Scott. Thank you for joining this conversation.
Thanks so much. Great to be here.
So, Scott, I just wanted to start by asking there's a lot of talk, at least in the popular press and the public, about quantum computing as, causing leading to an exponential increasing computational power, flattening every possible computational problem that one might imagine. That feels very overblown compared to my understanding of what quantum computers can, in the best of worlds, do. Can you just sort of take us through your take on how the public should really think about what
Doesn't he look like? At the first time I saw his face, I was like, okay, this guy's weird.
quantum computers are capable of and what they will do?
Yeah, so it's a way to exploit the laws of quantum physics to solve certain specific problems much faster than we know how to solve them with conventional computers.
He doesn't seem like the kind of guy that would be like the smartest person ever, right? Does he really have a fucking map? But he is, trust me, that's my quant. My quantitative. Yeah, he looks super bizarre. Like a lot of these geniuses, they look bizarre, but in like this weird genius way. Right? He just looks like a I don't even know, bro.
Okay, so I think a key point for a layperson to understand is that it's not just a general purpose accelerator of everything. Quantum is not just a synonym for awesome, right? If you want to get an advantage from a quantum computer, you have to exploit the way that quantum probability works differently from classical probability.
Yeah, a college counselor, maybe even a camp counselor. Just definitely not superhuman genius.
Right? Yeah. It involves these numbers, these amplitudes that can cancel each other out, that can interfere with each other. This is the trick. This is the one trick of nature that we get to exploit that a classical computer doesn't have. And it's really for problems with a very, very particular structure that we know how to get a dramatic speed up over a classical computer using that trick. The two biggest examples here are the simulation of quantum physics and chemistry themselves. That was the original application that Richard Feynman had in mind when he talked about this 40 years ago. And that's probably the most important application economically, even to this day.
So you're saying actually just look at some real quantum system and don't try to simulate it using classical computers, but actually have the processes in some sense simulated in the right way by the right kind of physics.
Exactly. In some sense, that's what a quantum computer was born to do. Now, a huge discovery in the 1990s that made a lot more people interested in quantum computing was the famous discovery of Peter Shor, that a quantum computer can also give huge speed ups for certain problems that have nothing to do with quantum mechanics. And
go beyond applying quantum computers, at least theoretically at the time, to quantum simulation, to other things? It was a surprise. So I was 13 years old at the time. So I don't have a direct memory of these events, but there were indications, for a year or two prior to that, that quantum computers were more powerful than classical computers for some specific structured problems in classical computer science. A lot of that came from Umesh Mazarani, who was my advisor, my PhD advisor.
Umesh, legend.
Later, and his student, Ethan Bernstein, and then someone named Dan Simon. So what they did is they found artificial
Legends.
where quantum computers could get an exponential speed up. And there's a famous story that Simon wrote a paper showing this exponential speed up for this sort of artificial black box problem by a quantum computer, submitted it to the premier conference in theoretical computer science, and the paper was rejected because people thought the problem is too artificial. We don't need to hear more about this science fiction-y quantum computing model. But there was one guy on the program committee who thought the paper should have been accepted. That was Peter Shor. Okay?
Oh!
Wait a minute, if you just change this, in various ways, it seems like that would let you find the period of periodic functions.
Oh!
To him, at least, if you could do that, then you could also factor numbers. So we then spent a year working out the details of that, and that's what we now know as Shor's algorithm. Which is, I think many people have heard of Shor's algorithm. I don't know how many people have actually gone through it if you're not an expert in the field. I recently went through it because I thought I could come up with a nice, simple explanation for the general public of how this goes. And sure, you can talk generally speaking, but when you get into the algorithm, it is a tour de force to have been able to figure out how to do this. Yes. Yeah, no, I mean, it is, I think, one of the great secrets of theoretical computer science as a whole. I teach it to my undergrads. It takes me about 3 lectures to do. And when people ask me to summarize it in one sentence, I say, well, just have 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, right.
But there's a half of Shor's algorithm that has nothing to do with quantum mechanics at all, right? It's just number theory.
Number theory. Yeah,
It's just reducing the problem to this finding the period of a periodic function. And then there's how do you use a quantum Fourier transform to extract the period. That's the part that really depends on quantum mechanics.
And so that was, what was that, 25 years ago or something?
30 now.
30 now.
Yeah.
So in the 30 years since, one might have thought we now have this large library of other problems that
We can listen to what I missed on 2x speed
we're
or
going to be
something.
speaking really with one of the world's great experts in these areas. It's Scott Aronson, and Scott is the Schollenberger Centennial Chair of Computer Science at the University of Texas at Austin, and he's the founding director there of the Quantum Information Center. He's a theoretical computer scientist who has made significant contributions to the fields of quantum computing and computational complexity theory. He's also spent, relevant to part of our conversation, that we will have 2 years working as a guest researcher at OpenAI, where he focused on AI safety, and he joins us now from his home in Austin, Texas. So welcome, Scott. Thank you for joining this conversation.
Thanks so much. Great to be here.
So Scott, I just wanted to start by asking, there's a lot of talk, at least in the popular press, general public, about quantum computing as, leading to an exponential increase in computational power, flattening every possible computational problem that one might imagine. That feels very overblown compared to my understanding of what quantum computers can in the best of worlds do. Can you just sort of take us through your take on how the public should really think about what quantum computers are capable of and what they will do?
Yeah, so it's a way to exploit the laws of quantum physics to solve certain specific problems much faster than we know how to solve them with conventional computers. Okay, so I think a key point for a layperson to understand is that it's not just a general purpose accelerator of everything. Quantum is not just a synonym for awesome, right? If you want to get an advantage from a quantum computer, you have to exploit the way that quantum probability works differently from classical probability, right?
Yeah.
That it involves these numbers, these amplitudes that can cancel each other out, that can interfere with each other. This is the trick. This is the one trick of nature that we get to exploit that a classical computer doesn't have. And it's really for problems with a very, very particular structure that we know how to get a dramatic speed up over a classical computer using that trick. The 2 biggest examples here are the simulation of quantum physics and chemistry themselves. That was the original application that Richard Feynman had in mind when he talked about this 40 years ago. And that's probably the most important application economically, even to this day.
So you're saying actually just look at some real quantum system and don't try to simulate it using classical computers, but actually have the processes in some sense simulated in the right way by the right kind of physics.
Exactly. In some sense, that's what a quantum computer was born to do. Now, a huge discovery in the 1990s that made a lot more people interested
did in quantum computing was the famous discovery of Peter Shor, that a quantum computer can also give huge speedups for certain problems that have nothing to do with quantum mechanics, and that among these are breaking the public key encryption systems that currently protect the internet. Okay, and a quantum computer could do that by, for example, quickly finding the prime factors of huge composite numbers, solving other problems in number theory and group theory that underlie modern cryptography. Okay, but it's crucial for people to understand that in order to develop those algorithms, Peter Shor had to take advantage of very, very special properties of these problems, factoring and so forth. And we don't know how to get the same kind of speed up for most of the problems we care about in computer science, like training neural networks or financial portfolio optimization or DNA sequence alignment. For all sorts of problems like that, we typically know how to get more modest speed ups from a quantum computer, and it will be longer before those speed ups become a net win in practice.
So was it a surprise when Peter Shor provided that algorithm? Was that something at the time people were shooting to do, to try to go beyond applying quantum computers, at least theoretically at the time, to quantum simulation, to other things?
It was a surprise. So I was 13 years old at the time, so I don't have a direct memory of these events. But there were indications, for a year or two prior to that quantum computers were more powerful than classical computers for some specific structured problems in classical computer science. A lot of that came from Umesh Vazirani, who was my PhD advisor at Berkeley later, and his student Ethan Bernstein, and then someone named Dan Simon. So what they did is they found artificial problems where quantum computers could get an exponential speed up. And there's a famous story that Simon wrote a paper showing this exponential speed up for this sort of artificial black box problem by a quantum computer, submitted it to the premier conference in theoretical computer science, and the paper was rejected because people thought the problem is too artificial. We don't need to hear more about this science fiction-y quantum computing model. But there was one guy on the program committee who thought the paper should have been accepted. That was Peter Shor.
Wow.
Okay? And Shor looked at this and said, well, wait a minute, if you just change this, in various ways, it seems like that would let you find the period of periodic functions. And obviously, to him at least, if you could do that, then you could also factor numbers. So he then spent a year working out the details of that, and that's what we now know as Shor's algorithm.
Which is I think many people have heard of Shor's algorithm. I don't know how many people have actually gone through it if you're not an expert in the field. I recently went through it because I thought I could come up with a nice, simple explanation for the general public of how this goes. And sure, you can talk generally speaking, but when you get into the gut of the algorithm, it is a tour de force to have been able to figure out how to do this.
Yes. Yeah, no, I mean, it is, I think, one of the great achievements of theoretical computer science as a whole. I teach it to my undergrads. It takes me about 3 lectures to do, and when people ask me to summarize it in one sentence, I say, well, can I at least have 5 or 10 minutes?
Yeah,
right.
But
there's a half of Shor's algorithm that has nothing to do with quantum mechanics at all, right? It's just number theory.
Number theory. Yeah,
it's just reducing the problem to this finding the period of a periodic function. And then there's how do you use a quantum Fourier transform to extract the period. That's the part that really depends on quantum mechanics.
And so that was, what was that, 25 years ago or something?
30 now.
30 now. So in the 30 years since, one might have thought we now have this large library of other problems, that there's a quantum algorithm that would allow a quantum computer to do that computation really quickly. What does that library look like today? Yeah,
well, so I've heard the complaint very often. Why aren't there more quantum algorithms? I call it the Rumpelstiltskin complaint, right? Like, you could spin this much straw into gold. Why not more, right? So we do know a lot more quantum algorithms than we knew 30 years ago. So famously, there's Grover's algorithm that was discovered in 1996 for searching large lists in about the square root of the number of steps that a classical computer would need. Now, compared to Shor's algorithm, that has enormously wider range of applications, but the speed up is more modest. So that's the trade-off. And then we know dozens more quantum algorithms today, but most of them, if you look at them, they either derive somehow from Grover's algorithm or they derive somehow from Shor's algorithm. Like, they're related in some way to one of those two. So it looks like the most fundamental techniques were discovered pretty early on. And since then, people found more and more applications for them. Now, if you really want more quantum algorithms, I have a particular point of view about this, which is that I think we just need more target problems for those algorithms to solve. So part of the issue is that in theoretical computer science, problems tend to organize themselves into this small number of universality classes. right? So we have this class called P, which is all the problems that are solvable by a classical computer in polynomial time. Meaning time that scales just like the size of the input or the size of the input square or something like that, but not exponentially. And for those problems, we can already handle them with a classical computer. So there's only a limited quantum speed up you could hope for. And then above it, there's this infamous class of NP-complete problems, as they're called, which are these famous hard problems, many of them about combinatorial search, optimization, satisfying a whole bunch of constraints, like a Sudoku puzzle or a jigsaw puzzle, or optimizing a flight schedule, things like that. And now for those, most of us believe that quantum computers will not give you an exponential speed up. Right. At least we know that if there is one, then it has to look fundamentally different from either Grover's algorithm or Shor's algorithm. Right. Just like we can't even prove that there's not a fast classical algorithm for these problems. This is the famous P versus NP equation. Yeah. But it would be a huge surprise if there were even a quantum algorithm for these problems. So then, what does that leave? Well, that leaves the problems that are sort of in the no man's land, the demilitarized zone between P and NP complete. And there are a few such problems. Factoring is one of them, right? For factoring, Shor did design an algorithm. Likewise, for various other problems in number theory that are in this demilitarized zone. Okay, but all the problems there are weird in one way or another. And so I think we need to sort of think more broadly about what kinds of things could a quantum computer help with. So, to give you an example, 6 or 7 years ago, I and others came up with a potential new application for quantum computers, which is generating cryptographically certified random bits. Right. It's very easy to use.
What exactly does that mean?
I'll tell you. Okay. It's easy to use quantum mechanics to generate random numbers, right? If you just put a Geiger counter next to some radioactive material, you're going to get randomness. Okay. The hard part is, what if you have to publish these random bits on the internet and everyone has to believe you that they're random? They don't trust you, right? So, for example, if we're using a proof of stake cryptocurrency, like Ethereum now is, right? It requires a huge source of randomness, and everyone has to trust it. There's billions of dollars riding on that. Okay, and so there's all sorts of ad hoc solutions to that problem, right? But they can all be gamed or attacked in various ways. And so what some of us realized is that if you have a quantum computer, you can challenge the quantum computer to solve certain kinds of problems quickly, where a quantum computer can do it, but only by sampling a random solution, a solution that has a lot of genuine entropy in it, which can then be used as a source of randomness. And even for a quantum computer to solve this problem in a way that was secretly deterministic, it would have to solve a problem that we think is hard, even for a quantum computer, right? So this, I'm not sure how useful this will be. I mean, we did patent it. We licensed it to Google for a while, but it hasn't actually been deployed for customers yet. Although it could more or less be done even with currently existing quantum computers, this sort of thing, right? Wow. But this is one example of a kind of application of quantum computers that people hadn't even been thinking about, right? Where you use, like in a cryptographic protocol, by proving that you have a quantum computer, you can also prove other things that are useful. And so I think we ought to think outside the box a little bit if we really want to, deliver like Rumpelstiltskin on the, this promise of more quantum algorithms that people keep asking for. We could also just say to people, like, be grateful that there are these incredible quantum speedups that there are for, purely classical problems. I mean, like a priori, there didn't have to be even one of them.
Yeah, sure.
We should be grateful for that.
So was that do you have many patents of that sort, or is that like
I only have one. I think that in 25 years of quantum computing research, I think that's the only thing I did that had any risk of being useful.
Wow. So we're taking a step back, and then I want to get to quantum computing proper.
Yeah.
Like, were you like a math kid, presumably, or a physics kid? I mean, like,
I think that would be fair to say. I mean, probably we both were. But.
Yeah, I think I heard that you started calculus at 11. I was 13, so you're precocious, certainly by my standards, for sure.
I mean, my parents hired a babysitter for my brother, and she had a book that had this, d over dx in it, and I wanted to know what that meant. Just like when I had a graphing calculator, I wanted to know what are sin and cos and tan. What
Is there a problem with when this video was published? Do I have permission to play this? Oh, I don't need permission from you. Oh yeah.
do those mean? And so then, I had to find out. It was like this secret war, and how can you resist wanting to learn a secret?
Yeah. Now I have to tell you, and I don't want to go down this rabbit hole because it could take us the whole time, but you mentioned graphing calculator as a little.
Okay, my food is here. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Winding down the trading week. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that.
Inspiration. For me, it was the very first Texas Instrument calculator because I'm a good deal older than you. It was the SR10, which no graphing. It could just do the most basic operations imaginable, and yet I still felt there was this magic in this machine that I needed to understand what kinds of calculations were possible and compare it to what I could do by hand. So yes, we won't geek out completely for the whole time. I guess I know the feeling. So then, did you ever think about going into? I mean, you may consider yourself. Do you consider yourself a physicist or computer scientist or
computer scientist?
Yeah. So did you ever think about going to like physics proper? Because obviously you know a huge amount of physics.
I did. I mean, I took some physics as an undergrad, and I realized that I have no intuition for partial differential equations. I'm so much more comfortable once everything is discrete,
right?
And also once everything is properly defined, right? I want to know, what objects are we dealing with? Is this a countable set? Is this an uncountable set?
Right.
And certainly once you start getting into quantum field theory, people are very coy about that. About what are the actual objects that we're dealing with. And so I maybe, I'm not proud of this, but I maybe ran away in fear and went into theoretical computer science, which is you could consider a branch of math.
Yeah.
It's a branch that's done.
Yeah. So I think Scott Aronson's probably one of the people highest on my list of people I'd like to have coffee with. The closest substitute for that is reading his book, Quantum Computing Since Democritus. I think I've sold more copies of this book than he has. But anyway, it's an interesting book and pretty good.
In computer science departments, and what I loved about it is that there are these worlds that you can fully understand because you've defined them.
Yeah.
You've created them, right? I mean, I think I got into computer science in the first place because when I was 11 or 12, I wanted to make my own video games, right? Which were, these worlds that clearly someone understood because, they had built them.
it. Yeah.
And and once you learn what programming is, which when I found out, I mean, that was like learning where babies come from. Like, why didn't anyone tell me earlier, right? It's just incredible that that this whole problem of making a game or a simulated world can be reduced to math.
Yeah.
But once you learn about Turing universality, how every programming language can emulate every other one, then you may come to a point of view that the details of the laws of physics, these are just some encoding details, right? These are just okay, let the physicists worry about that, but it's just the laws of physics are just yet another programming language, right? And if you what you care about is what can ever be computed. It doesn't even matter that much.
Yeah.
But then quantum computing comes along and challenges that some. It says, no, actually you do, if you want to know what's efficiently computable, you do need to pay attention to what the actual laws of physics in our world are.
Right.
And so that was sort of my route back into physics a little bit.
Yeah, that's a vital point. That's a vital point. Now, look, I would not feel at all comfortable teaching anything to do with computer science, but I presume, would you feel comfortable teaching like quantum field theory? Is that?
Quantum field theory, no way.
Okay.
No way in hell. But I do teach the undergraduate quantum information science course at UT Austin. I've got, people from computer science, from math, from electrical engineering, from physics, all taking that. And, we have no physics prerequisite, right? Just like linear algebra and programming. And so, what we spend, the whole first month doing is just teaching the basic principles of quantum mechanics.
Yeah.
And what I love about this subject is that you can see all the conceptual issues, and the Bell inequality and quantum teleportation, and all the arguments for all the different interpretations of quantum mechanics, or at least understand what people are arguing about, and decoherence and all these things without ever having to see, a differential equation.
I played guitar in emo bands. I was never a frontman. I'm just not that great of a singer. I got better over the years, but unfortunately, I would never be good enough to be the frontman, and then just didn't really get singing for a long time.
Without ever having to see a Hamiltonian or an infinite dimensional Hilbert space. So you cut away a lot of the mathematical complexity, which is important, of course, if you want to know, if you want to understand the hydrogen atom, for example. But if you just want this conceptual core of quantum mechanics, then, we have this more direct path. And, and then once you learn that, then at least in my experience, you're in a far better position to learn, what is a boson, what is a fermion, what is a Hamiltonian, and then you can actually start talking to your colleagues in the physics department. And
Did you actually show them the Schrodinger equation? I imagine they must see this.
Not in. Well, I show them unitary evolution. We prove all the properties of unitary evolution, and then I say, well, for the physicists, they think of this as something that's continuous in time. We think of this as a sequence of discrete steps. Right. This is what I do with the Schrodinger equation. In my Quantum Information Science 2 course, we do define the Schrodinger equation and Hamiltonians and even H-bar at some point.
There you go. So, obviously we can't teach your quantum information course right here, but I would like to, in 5 or 7 minutes, give people a sense. I've tried this in other programs, I've described it, but I'd love to sort of hear your take on it. There's this usual lore when people talk about quantum computing to say, well, in quantum mechanics, a particle can be in a superposition, a mix of, say, spinning up and spinning down, which means you've got many of these qubits, then they can do many calculations in parallel, and that's where the speed up comes from. But people tend not to then go the final step and say, but how do you get the answer you're interested in from this morass of parallel computations, which is sort of where the heart of the issue is?
Absolutely.
So can you just help walk us through that so that we can get a feel for what the issues are and how you solve it?
With pleasure. So a qubit, as many people have heard, is a bit that can be in a superposition of the 0 state and the 1 state. Okay, but what do we mean by that? Right? I mean, even in the normal classical world, right? If I have a bit and I just don't know if it's a 0 or a 1, I could describe my knowledge of that bit as a mixture of the two. Right? I could say it's 70% 0 and 30% 1, and then I look at it and I find out which. And I think like when I took chemistry in high school, for example, and they taught you, well, the electron is not really orbiting the atom like a planet. It's in this smear of probability waves. Of course, I thought to myself, like, isn't that just a fancy way of saying that, they don't know where the electron is? Right. And I think the problem with the usual popular account is that it doesn't really answer that question. Right. And to answer it, you got to say something about, what quantum mechanics does is to change the rules of probability. Right. And so now instead of just probabilities, which are these numbers from 0 to 1, we have these new numbers called amplitudes, which can be positive or negative, or even complex.
Yeah.
Even complex numbers.
Yeah,
for almost everything in quantum computing, positive and negative real numbers would be enough. But yes, they can be complex as well. That is the choice that nature made. And so, and now the key is, if I'm interested in the probability that something happens, like that a particle reaches a certain place on a screen, I first have to add up the amplitudes for all the ways that could happen. Okay, and if some of those amplitudes are positive and some are negative, for example, then they can cancel each other out. So the total amplitude is 0. Okay, and then there's a rule for turning the amplitudes into the probabilities that I'll see one thing or another, which involves, I take the absolute value and then I square it. Right, this is the famous Ford. Okay, so, but if something has an amplitude of 0, then its probability is also 0, so it never happens. Okay, so kind of the key point is that if I have an event that could happen one way with a positive amplitude and another way with a negative amplitude, these two possibilities can cancel each other out so that the event never happens at all. Whereas if I close off or block one of the paths, then I get an amplitude that's only positive or only negative, and now the event can happen. Okay, so by decreasing the number of paths that a particle could take to reach a certain place, I can increase the chance that the particle gets there. Okay, and that's kind of the smoking gun that we're dealing with, not just in some detail of particle behavior, but with a change to the laws of probability themselves. And now, the next thing to say is that if I have, so a qubit is just a bit that has an amplitude to be 0 and an amplitude to be 1, right? Now, if I measure the qubit to ask it if it's 0 or 1, then I will force it to make a choice. It will snap to one or the other with probabilities dictated by this Born rule. Okay, but if I don't measure it, if I just leave it isolated, then the amplitudes evolve by their own rules, right? Which are different from the rules of probability. Okay, where the amplitudes can now cancel each other out, and I can see that later. And when I look. Okay, now if I have two qubits, then the rules of quantum mechanics are unequivocal. I cannot just write down amplitudes for each of the qubits separately. Okay, I need an amplitude that both of the bits are 0, so 0, 0. I need an amplitude that the first one's 0 and the second one's 1. I need an amplitude that the first one is 1 and the second one is 0, and I need an amplitude that they're both 1, so 4 amplitudes. Okay, if I have 3 qubits, now I need 8 amplitudes. Okay, for 0, 0, 0, for 0, 0, 1, and so forth. If I have 100 qubits, I need 2 to the 100 power amplitudes. Okay, if I have 1,000 qubits, that's 2 to the 1,000 amplitudes, which is more than I could write down in the entire observable universe. If I used every atom to write down another amplitude. Okay, so and we've known this for a century, right? This was right there in Schrodinger's paper in 1926. that, quantum mechanics just contains this exponentiality in it. It contains this enormity that just to keep track of the state of 1,000 measly particles, nature has to maintain some scratch paper, in some place where we don't see it, with 2 to the 1,000 power parameters, or more. And every time something happens to those 1,000 particles, nature has to cross off all the numbers in its vast scratch paper and replace them by new numbers.
Do you guys understand what he just said? Like, this is the whole point of quantum computing. So I'm just going to play it again so we get it, but this is everything.
Bit that has an amplitude to be 0 and an amplitude to be 1. Right? Now, if I measure the qubit to ask it if it's 0 or 1, then I will force it to make a choice. It will snap to one or the other with probabilities dictated by this Born rule. Okay? But if I don't measure it, if I just leave it isolated, then the amplitudes evolve by their own rules, right? Which are different from the rules of probability. Okay, where the amplitudes can now cancel each other out, and I can see that later when I look. Okay, now if I have two qubits, then the rules of quantum mechanics are unequivocal. I cannot just write down amplitudes for each of the qubits separately. Okay, I need an amplitude that both of the bits are 0, so 0, 0. I need an amplitude that the first one's 0 and the second one's 1. I need an amplitude that the first one is 1 and the second one is 0, and I need an amplitude that they're both 1. So 4 amplitudes. Okay, if I have 3 qubits, now I need 8 amplitudes. Okay, for 0, 0, 0, for 0, 0, 1, and so forth. If I have 100 qubits, I need 2 to the 100 power amplitudes. Okay, if I have 1,000 qubits, that's 2 to the 1,000 amplitudes, which is more than I could write down in the entire observable universe. If I used every atom to write down another amplitude. Okay, so, and we've known this for a century, right? This was right there in Schrodinger's paper in 1926, that, quantum mechanics just contains this exponentiality in it. It contains this enormity that just to keep track of the state of 1,000 measly particles, nature has to maintain some scratch paper, in some place where we don't see it, with 2 to the 1,000 power parameters, or more. And every time something happens to those 1,000 particles, nature has to cross off all the numbers in its vast scratch paper and replace them by new numbers. Okay. And so, as soon as you hear that, you think, wow, that is an immense amount of work that nature is going to under the hood. Like, why shouldn't we be able to exploit that to solve problems faster, right? But the whole difficulty is, well, for a computer to be useful.
So I think most people don't think we'll ever get to 1 million logical qubits. I think the goal is to get to 1 million logical to 1 million physical qubits, or maybe get you 1,000 logical qubits. You're still going to have issues when it comes to storage, I/O, things like that, but it's something to keep in mind.
To us, at some point, we have to look at, we have to measure, we have to get an output. Okay, and with a quantum computer, it's true that I could create an equal superposition over all of the possible answers to my problem, even if there were exponentially many of them. That's even an easy thing to do with a quantum computer. Okay, so for example, all possible cryptographic keys, or all possible routes for my traveling salesman, or whatever. I can put them all in superposition, all with equal amplitudes. Mm-hmm. But now, if I just measure that, not having done anything else, then quantum mechanics tells me that all I'm going to see will be a random solution. And well, if I just wanted a random solution, I didn't need a quantum computer. I could have just flipped a coin a bunch of times, right? Saved myself billions of dollars. Okay, so the only hope of getting a speed up from a quantum computer is to exploit the way that these amplitudes work differently from probabilities. Okay, and the name of the game with every quantum algorithm is to try to choreograph a pattern of interference so that for each wrong answer, each answer I don't want to see, some of the contributions to its amplitude are positive and others are negative. So they're canceling each other out. They're interfering destructively. Whereas for the right answer, the answer I want to see, I want the contributions to its amplitude to be pointing the same way, to be in phase with each other.
Yep.
Now, if I can arrange that, then when I look, I'm going to see the right answer with a high probability. And of course, I can keep repeating the computation until I see it. But the tricky part is I have to choreograph all of this, even though I myself don't know in advance which answer is the right one. If I already knew, what would be the point,
Yep.
right? And I have to do it faster than even the cleverest classical algorithm could do the same thing. Because why build a quantum computer if it's not going to beat a classical computer? Okay, so nature is giving us this really bizarre interference power. And a priori, it's not really obvious that it helps for much of anything other than maybe simulating quantum mechanics itself, right? You still have to be clever. This is not like a magic try all answers in parallel genie, because you still have to choreograph this interference pattern to collect the amplitude on the answer that you want to see.
So that's the key. That's the key point. So thank you. That was wonderful.
Thanks.
And so just to bring it back to the example that we started with Peter Shor. So the genius of that algorithm was finding the choreography.
Yes,
that
precisely.
would cancel out anything but the factors of whatever composite number you're seeking to factor.
Precisely.
And so in the midst of that conversation, though, you mentioned you nicely anthropomorphized.
Well, there is a LLM parallel. There was a quadratic response to the inputs for LLMs. That's since more or less, I wouldn't say it's been resolved, but that's changed. So transformer architectures have changed a bit. So I'm not sure that, you get that.
An electron or something. You say, when we look at it, we force it to decide. Right?
Yes.
So that's the famous quantum measurement problem.
Yes.
And just where do you stand? My view is that is a big missing piece in our understanding of quantum mechanics. There are others who are like, oh, stop. You're just looking for too much. It's the old shut up and calculate, just use quantum mechanics to get a result. So where do you stand on the issue of how does a measure?
Not just flash attention, but like SPDF, scale dot product. There's a few algorithms that seem to get you sub quadratic. This isn't my field. And I haven't looked at this in months.
Measurement coax a particle to ante up to one of the many possible outcomes that could happen.
Yeah. Well, I've worried about this my entire life, at least since learning what quantum mechanics was, right? In grad school, I, went down a rabbit hole for like a year. I thought, maybe I will, use insights from quantum computing to solve the measurement problem. I gave up on that, I should say. But I think, the hard thing about the measurement problem is that, we can tell a very compelling story about, what happens during a measurement, that, a quantum system, was, in a superposition, and then, it leaks its information into its environment, into the outside world. So for example, I have a qubit that's in a superposition of 0 and 1, that, and now we look at it, that just means we apply some physical process where now the state of a much larger system, like our measuring device, our photo detector, eventually even our eyes, our brains, the air in the room, will all be in a different state depending on whether that qubit was 0 or whether it was 1. Okay, and now if we just follow the equations of quantum mechanics, they are perfectly happy with all of this, right? What they want to say, in a sense, is just that, our whole system, our measuring device, our bodies, the room, are becoming entangled with the qubit, right? And now we have one branch, we have some amplitude that the qubit is 0, and all this other stuff, including our own brains, has registered as 0. And then we have another branch where the qubit is 1, and all this other stuff has registered a 1. Okay, and this picture all works very nicely, except for the one obvious question that it leaves unanswered, which is, well, then why do we experience only one and not the other, right? The many worlders would say, well, just because we happen to be in one branch and in the other branch, there are there are doppelgangers of us who also have a perfectly valid experience, and they experience the other outcome, right? The Bohmians would say, well, there must be some hidden variables that determine that only one of the outcomes is actually experienced, even though they agree that both of them remain there in the equations, right? And then the Copenhagenists would say, shut up and stop asking, except they would say that in a lot more words, right? But,
And where do you come down?
I feel like we're missing something. We're probably missing some crucial insight. There are also people who say that none of these answers are satisfactory, and the only possible solution is that quantum mechanics must be just an approximation to some better theory. So Roger Penrose, for example,
or Tufte, people like
that's right. And so I say, okay, then let's see the experimental evidence. And I say, why do you think we're trying to build a quantum computer? Well, for me, one of the big reasons is to test quantum mechanics as severely as we can. Let's put it to the test. Let's, I welcome that confrontation with experiment, right? Let's see, does quantum mechanics continue to hold at the macro scale, or at, as large of a scale as we can test it?
Yeah.
So I am partial to the idea that cosmology might play a role here. That's been advocated by Lenny Susskind and Raphael Busso, for example. If we want to say that like only one outcome is experienced, or that sort of measurement is a real thing in the universe, the hard part has always been to say, well, when exactly does the measurement happen, right? Because it seems like if you just follow the Schrodinger equation, that at any point, you could still reverse things, right? You could still, there's no definite point where the buck stops and the measurement has happened. But once you bring in cosmology, then you could say, well, at some point, the information about whether that qubit was a 0 or a 1 is now entangled with photons that are escaping the Earth, that are flying away from us at the speed of light, heading towards our cosmological horizon, of our de Sitter boundary or whatever. And even in principle, those can never be collected again. They could have been if some aliens have surrounded the solar system with mirrors.
Sure.
But I take it that they haven't, right? And so we could say, maybe cosmology provides the ultimate criterion for when a measurement has sort of irreversibly happened, and maybe that's part of the story.
Right.
So I am not, I would say, a hardcore many worlder, because I am open to ideas like that. But then also when people use really, really bad arguments against many worlds, then I tend to get angered and provoked about that.
Yeah.
And I tend to want to rush to the defense of many worlds, because
it's funny because I have a similar reaction, and was surprised that you mentioned, but pleased that you mentioned the Bohmian approach, because not many people take that at all seriously. And the usual argument that people make is, well, it's got non-locality. I really emphasize that is the real dominant. I should have said non-locality. And what always troubles me about the non-locality argument is that, well, ordinary quantum mechanics has non-locality, and it's just not in your face, right?
Bohmian mechanics definitely makes it more in your face. You still, it's still empirically the same theory as standard quantum mechanics. You still can't actually use it to send a signal faster than light. But, Bohmian mechanics really rubs your face in the non-locality. The Bohmians would say that's good. If it's going to be there, then you might as well be confronted with it. And look, there have been some brilliant, Bohmians. John Bell was, a huge fan of Bohmian mechanics and was led by it to discover his famous Bell inequalities, right? But my problem with Bohmian mechanics has always been something different. It's been the sort of radical non-uniqueness of the rule that governs the hidden variables, right? So the issue is, Bohm wrote down one particular rule for, the evolution of the hidden variables that he posited, that would match the predictions of standard quantum mechanics. And, if you just have one particle moving around in a potential, for example, with no spin or anything like that, then, this rule has a reasonably unique character to it.
Yeah.
Right? But as soon as we start talking about discrete systems like spin, we start talking about different kinds of quantum systems with different Hilbert spaces, I could write down a million different rules that all have the same property of Bohmian mechanics, that they're going to reproduce the Born rule, right? And so these are all narratives that I could tell that are all empirically indistinguishable from each other, right? And I have trouble knowing what it even means to say that one of them is true and all the others are false.
Right. But to balance that, though, isn't it impressive that whereas in standard quantum mechanics, there's so much you have to give up from classical physics. You have to give up, positions, velocity, simultaneous trajectories. You have to give up all of the things that we hold dear in classical physics. And then you go to Bohmian mechanics, and you got to give up some things, but you can preserve the idea of the basic reality composed of trajectories of particles.
Yeah, well, I would argue. Of course, that's the central selling point of Bohmian mechanics. Since the beginning, since Bohm or even before him, de Broglie, I guess, right? Yeah. But I would say that to some extent that's illusory, right? Because if you think about something like a quantum computer running Shor's algorithm, right? It is clear that what is doing the actual work is this exponentially large wave function, right? It's this vector of amplitudes, and the hidden variables are just sort of bobbing around in that vector of amplitudes. Is kind of like a little plank of wood, in an ocean, right? Or almost comically irrelevant to the real action that's going on, right? And then, also, the whole intuition that we can have particles with real positions in three-dimensional space. Of course, this is just for non-relativistic quantum.
Yes.
Right? Because once we go to quantum field theory, then the nature of the hidden variables is going to have to become something else, something much more abstract, to say nothing of quantum gravity. So I think, once we start incorporating, everything we know about physics, we're going to give up on the simplicity and elegance that were some of the main original selling points of Bohmian mechanics.
Yeah, for sure. I absolutely agree with that completely. So let's just turn back, if we would, to quantum computing a little bit more detail. So where would you say that we stand in realizing these potentialities in terms of, I guess, a scalable quantum computer? There are various architectures, approaches. I'm not an expert on it, but, superconducting circuits, trapped ions, where would you put your money on, which one is going to succeed? Will they all succeed in different ways? Where do you think we are?
So if I had great skill in prognosticating, I wouldn't be a professor. I would be an investor, and I'd have a much bigger house, right? But I think, if you look at where the experimentalists are now compared to where they were when they started 25 or 30 years ago, the progress has been absolutely staggering. Okay. Now it's true that we don't yet have a scalable, error-corrected, programmable quantum computer that can run Shor's algorithm to factor, 2,000 digit numbers. Okay. We don't have that yet. But a lot of what the skeptics said, were sort of the essential prerequisites to that would never be done. They now have been done. Okay, some of them within just the last year or two. Okay, so I think the most important number to look at if you care about experiments is called the 2-qubit gate fidelity. Okay, so it's how accurately can you apply an operation that would entangle 2 qubits? right, or do a unitary operation on 2 qubits. When I started in this field, which was in the late 1990s, it would have been like a Science or Nature paper if you could do a 2-qubit gate that was 50% accurate, right? Meaning, like maybe there's a 50% chance that the gate fails, that it leaks the information into its environment, that it decoheres, that the angle of the rotation is off, and so forth. Okay, but at some point that 50% became 90%. The 90 became 99%. Now, within the last year, we have seen groups in superconducting qubits, in trapped ions, and in neutral atoms, all at or approaching 99.9% accuracy.
And what do you need to get to be
Excellent question. So now, the skeptics of quantum computing back in the 90s, they said, well, you're never going to do this because you'll just have to improve your reliability arbitrarily, right? And you're never going to get gates that are perfect. But a key discovery that was made 30 years ago, shortly after Shor's algorithm, actually, was called the theory of quantum error correction. And what that ended up telling us is that you don't need perfect operations. You only need operations that are very, very good, right? And you just have to get the rate of error below some constant. And after that point, there are these very clever quantum error correcting codes that can get you the rest of the way. Okay, so basically you encode the information you care about, the logical qubits, they're called, in entangled states of many, many physical qubits, in such a way that if, even if a few physical qubits, fail or leak into their environment, you can still recover everything you need from the other qubits. And so you're constantly monitoring your system, you're constantly measuring, but only to see where has an error occurred and what do I have to do to fix it. Not to see, is my logical qubit a 0 or a 1, which of course you don't want to know. If you learn that, it would destroy your
game over at that point.
Right.
Yeah.
And so the original estimate, I think, in the 90s was that, this whole scheme will start working. That is, it will give you a net gain. It will correct more error than it is causing. Once you can get physical 2-qubit gates that are like 99.9999% accurate, right? And people said, yeah, fat chance, you're ever going to get that. Okay, but theorists said, okay, this is good. It's just a constant, And since then, people have improved the error correction schemes. And now we think that it should scale once you have just 2-qubit operations that are merely 99.99% accurate. Okay.
Right now we're at 99.9.
And now we're at about 99.9. So we're about 1/9 away from what, on paper is, is sort of the critical mass, if you like, right? The critical threshold where once you pass it, then, it ought to be merely an engineering problem of, now maybe, it will cost billions of dollars. You'll have to, fill an entire building with dilution refrigerators with, different chips that are communicating with each other and that will have millions of physical qubits. But, in principle, it should work. So I think that, if you compare to like, getting a nuclear chain reaction, for example, we're now like at least at 1939, I would say. And so, so I would say, based on what's happened in the last year, I would say, either we're going to see something really impressive in the next decade, a sort of scalable fault tolerance, or else something unexpected is going to happen that's going to block that.
You're saying it could be 5 to 10 years or never.
Look, there could be some unexpected difficulty that makes it take 20 years. Like I said, I'm not, I don't have such a great record of prognosticating how many years things will take that people should trust me. I'm just a theorist, right? But if you just look at the 2-qubit gate fidelities, and you just plot on a graph, like when is that going to cross the fault tolerance threshold? You get estimates that are well within the next decade. Yes, that's what I can say. Now, there's all kinds of uncertainty. We have an election in the U.S. in a month. I hope that civilization will last. Beyond that, I hope that AI won't become super intelligent and destroy the world before then. Right? There's all kinds of uncertainties about the world as a whole. But if quantum computing continues along its current course, I think everything that we've seen so far, suggests that, first of all, this is an engineering problem. It's not a problem of fundamental physics. And second of all, we've now seen that, whether or not it's a wise investment or an unwise investment, companies are making the investment, right? That means Google, Microsoft, IBM, Amazon, a whole slew of venture-backed startups, a bunch of governments, the US, the EU, China, they're now pouring billions of dollars into this.
Yeah.
It's still small compared to, let's say, the investment in AI. Okay, but by the standards of academic research, it's quite big.
So I want to turn to AI in a second, but I just want to double check. So you said all three of the technologies that you mentioned, so the trapped ion, the superconducting, and the neutral atom, all of them are at the same 9
Well, yeah, I would say that right now, maybe trapped ions and neutral atoms are the furthest along in terms of what has really been demonstrated with fidelities. Superconducting is at worst only slightly behind. Right. But, 5 years ago, I would have said that superconducting was the furthest along. Okay. And, it's tough because if you talk to the people working on any one of these approaches, they will spend hours bad mouthing all the other approaches. Right. And telling you why the other approaches, it's going to be super duper hard to scale them. Right. And so, I can only look at, I'm not an experimentalist. We once had a funder said, can I visit your lab, Scott, at UT Austin? Can I see your dilution refrigerator? And I said, you realize we're theorists. We have a fridge for leftovers. Okay. But, all I can do is talk to the experimentalists. I can see what they've actually done so far. And, and all the approaches have done, I would say almost, comparably impressive things at this point in scaling. They all have, a lot of engineering difficulties going further. And, another approach is photonics, using photons as your qubits. There's also something called quantum dots. So, there's topological qubits, which Microsoft has made a huge investment in, which might ultimately be the best way, but it requires creating a new state of matter that's never been seen in nature.
Yeah.
So it is possible that, just like, the Manhattan Project did, both a uranium bomb and a plutonium bomb, right? And in the end, both designs worked.
Yeah.
I'm
not sure I love that analogy, but yes, it makes a lot of sense.
It is one that people keep bringing up, for better or worse. But
Well, going with that analogy.
There could be just multiple approaches that work, totally. And it'll be a question of economics.
But going with the analogy, with the analogy for a second. So if it could be that, scalable, fault-tolerant quantum computer, let's say it is 5, 10, whatever, our lifetime, or, God willing, our lifetime kind of thing. Would you advise, maybe you have, the U.S. government to, plan for the possibility that all of our cryptographic encoding of sensitive information we should switch to an approach that is more resilient to a quantum computational attack?
So yes, I would advise them that. The good news is that as dysfunctional as our government is in many ways, they are, at least there are parts of the government that are well aware of this and that are, already trying to be on top of this. So NIST, which is the National Institute of Standards and Technology, had a competition starting in 2017 to come up with standards for what we call post-quantum or quantum-resistant encryption. And to be clear, this is just encryption that runs on ordinary classical computers. Right? There's also quantum cryptography, but that's a different approach. This is just classical cryptography, but that is based on different hard problems than the factoring problem, right? It's based on different principles, and at least so far, it's cryptography that seems to resist attack even by quantum computers. Okay, we have no proof of that, but there's hardly ever an unconditional proof that anything is secure.
Yeah, I looked at one of them with lattices and trying to find
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that so NIST sort of converged, I would say, in this competition on what are called lattice-based crypto systems, where the encoding is done by sort of applying a linear transformation in some very high-dimensional lattice, and then adding a small amount of random noise to the result, right? And the key is that if you just have this and the lattice, but you're told it in sort of a bad way, via a bad basis, then the random noise makes it impossible, or makes it totally infeasible for you to decode,